In 1957, my father and his best friend were killed in a hunting accident. I was only 7 years old. I remember his funeral, and the many people who came to pay their respects. That night I went to bed at the usual time, and was awakened by something. I glanced at the foot of my bed where a large chair was, and saw a ghostly figure of a man sitting in this chair. At first I was afraid, but the longer I stared at this figure, I realized it was my father. He made no movements, but merely sat in this chair. After a couple of minutes, I decided to communicate with my father, so I sat up in bed and proceeded to crawl down towards the foot of the bed. Before I could even reach the foot of the bed, my father's image faded away. It was then that I felt afraid and climbed in bed with my mother, though I didn't tell her about seeing my father until several days later. All I know is that this wasn't a dream, and that I was very thankful to have this opportunity. I don't think my mother has ever believed me about this, but it doesn't matter, because this will always stay in my mind. Thank you for letting me tell my story. This happened at South Bay Elementary School. Many sightings of a little boy wandering in the recreation area at night is seen. He's usually seen walking around the area where the old firehouse burned down, around the late 1800s. Also, numerous times, an old man that looks poor is seen wandering. Being that we live on Long Island and pride ourselves in ghost hunting, myself and a group of my friends decided to visit the so-called haunted elementary school. After getting lost on our way there, we found the school at about 4 a.m. Friday night, with the help of our cousin, who went to the school there when she was younger and is too creeped out to go there by the playground. We drove around at first and didn't see any cars or any people, so we decided to walk through the field. So we walk by the park in a hurry and get in the car and start to drive out. We were in the front of the school, ready to pull out when waiting for the light to change, talking amongst ourselves, saying how we should go back and see if that poor looking ghost is around. A minute or so passed while I was on the phone with my cousin. Then I looked over to the drive and saw his terrified and shocked facial expression while he was looking in the rearview mirror. All of a sudden, I hear a shrieking scream and banging on the trunk of the car. I turned around and saw this shaggy black figure as if it were screaming, and it was floating on the trunk of the car. We bolted down Great East Neck Road and eventually pulled over because we were all shaking. The shocked facial expression on the driver's face was due to the fact that he saw this black figure come out of nowhere. After a few minutes and a couple cups of coffee and Dunkin' Donuts, we decided to go back to see if it was someone just trying to mess with us, even though we all knew that deep down inside, it seemed a bit tad paranormal. After a few minutes of us clapping and whistling, the two guys in the car started to scream at the top of their lungs for us to get back in the car. We ran in and drove off because they saw a black figure coming out of the playground towards us. Needless to say, I've never been that scared in my life. When I was about 16 years old, my dad used to take me to a dirt road right across from the cemetery in Boston to let me learn how to drive his car. I was really close with my dad, and it was the best place to learn how to drive because there wasn't anyone ever on the main road, obviously, since it was a dirt road off the beaten path. This was a tough time for me because my dad never told me he was terminally ill and was very close to passing away soon. Yet 4 years later, after finally getting my license, I was in the middle of planning a long road trip with my dad. We were getting ready to drive to the Grand Canyon, just me and him. I remember speaking to him on the phone while I was at work, and that was the last time I ever spoke with him. I can remember coming home from school, not even an hour later after speaking, and came home to where an ambulance was sitting. A couple of weeks later, my dad passed away in the hospital, and I was crushed. I took a long drive to clear my mind. I didn't know where I was going. All I knew was that I just wanted to be in the car. Tears were streaming down my face. I then saw a small chapel that was open and decided to go in and sit down at the pews. I remember praying to God, demanding why I had to take my dad so soon, and even cursing the trip. I gathered myself, left the chapel, and then got back into my car. I ended up driving back to that dirt road where my dad once had took me, across from the cemetery. For whatever reason, I pulled over to the side of the road. It was now the middle of the night, just after 10 p.m. My headlights were shining in front of me, and that's when I saw a figure of an old man coming closer and closer to me in the road. At that point, I was genuinely wondering why anybody would be on this dirt road, since it's away from homes, and there's nothing but trees surrounding it, and that cemetery across from it. Without taking any chances, I drove off in the other direction, so I could avoid that old guy. As I was driving past the cemetery, I looked for a brief moment at the entrance, and I kid you not, that same man from the dirt road was standing right there at the entrance. So naturally I drove off and got as far away from that area as possible. That was a very odd occurrence, because even though the cemetery is pretty close, you still have to go through all the trees to end up at the entrance. On top of that, this was an elderly man. How in the world could he beat my car in a race and be at the cemetery in 2 minutes? It would have to take you 10 minutes of walking through the woods to even get to the cemetery. By the way, this wasn't my dad, and I know I was going through a rough period at the time, but that figure I saw was solid and real. The crazy part was, my mom said a few days later, she saw that same old man in the same spot in the dirt road a couple weeks later, coming home from a late night shift. My mom is more braver than I am, and instead of driving away from the man, she drove closer to it, or at least tried. As she was driving closer, the man seemed to walk into the woods and just disappear. I don't know what to make of this. I would like to think it was my dad, somehow, but it didn't give me good vibes, and my dad didn't look frail and old like that. If anyone has any idea what this was, let me know. It seemed to have been tied to me and my mom, or the family in general. So my haunting started when I was about 13. I had this strange dream one night. It started with a lady walking around our cul-de-sac. She was wearing all black, and it looked like she was sick because she was blowing her nose. Now that I look back, I wonder if maybe she was crying. Anyway, I panicked and went to my room in the dream, and she said, "Don't worry, she's supposed to be here." The dream continued with me just standing staring out my window and watching the lady. Then another lady dressed in all white with brown hair walked by. It looked like she was wearing a nightgown. I woke up right after that. Now, every time I'm on my computer, which is located just across from that same window, I can see that same lady in the white walk by. For a while it frightened me, because I did not know if it was actually the lady, or just my imagination. I'm used to it now. Lately, if I'm up too late, I'll be playing on the computer and I'll hear a bang. Now, my family's always asleep by 10ish, and the possibility of them making the noise is rare. The best memory of the bangs I have is actually during the day. It was summer, so my parents weren't home, and me and my sister were cleaning for company coming in. I was walking past that same window, and I heard a bump coming from a bookshelf. The bookshelf is in a corner, and it is pushed and completely against the wall, so it couldn't have been my sister trying to scare me. So I ignored it and went on with my life. I tried to do research on my house and what it was built on, maybe a graveyard or an old Indian preserve, but I've had no luck yet. I haven't heard from her in a while, but sometimes at night, I still hear bangs, and I get weird feelings, and that makes me run to my room. This happened to me when I was in my late teens, I think. I was helping a friend move into her dormitory. We were outside when I locked eyes with a very handsome blue-eyed guy, also helping a friend move in. We were unable to stop looking at each other throughout the entire move. We were both very instantly attracted to each other, and we both knew it, although neither of us approached the other. Later in the day, as I was sitting alone in my girlfriend's room, I got the sudden urge to get up and open the door. I did, and directly across the room in the next door was Nick, just standing there and looking at me. Our meeting each other was incredible. Anyway, we of course became a couple very quickly. We had so much in common, and I was so very head over heels over him, and I felt that the feeling was mutual. About 2 weeks later, Nick told me that he was going to Virginia with some friends for the weekend, and that he would be picking me up at the dormitory that Sunday. He dropped me off at work. We kissed, and the last thing he said to me was that he would come to see me on Sunday. Then he left. At that moment, I was standing behind the counter, and in my head, I clearly saw and heard a man telling me that Nick was dead. I knew, absolutely knew with all certainty that he was not coming back from Virginia alive. Despite this knowledge, I dismissed it as my imagination. Although I couldn't think of why I would even imagine something so horrible. Anyway, of course Sunday comes along, and I'm waiting for Nick. I went downstairs and used the payphone to call him. A man answered the phone, and when I asked for Nick, he said, "I'm sorry, but Nick is dead." I was completely dumbfounded, and I said to him, "That's not funny." The gentleman answered, "I am his uncle, and I will not joke about this. Nick suffered a heart attack, and he died. As it turns out, Nick had a problem that I was not aware of. He did a speedball, and his heart stopped." Well, as I said, I was completely numb, and I just hung up the phone and went upstairs to my girlfriend. I knew at that moment, and still believe to this day, that Nick and I were soulmates. Nothing else can account for our unusual attraction and meeting, or how I was made privy to this terrible knowledge. Time went on, of course, and eventually I dealt with his death as best as I could. But every time I would think of him, my heart would skip a beat, because I knew that he was going to die. This clairvoyancy stayed with me throughout the years, although it has diminished significantly. This is my story. Well, I have a few stories for you. The first ghostly thing I've ever seen was one day with my friends. We were hanging out in the cemetery after dark, just trying to have a good time and see if we can find anything weird. Well, we were sitting on the far right-hand side of the cemetery, facing south from D Street. We noticed that this tree we were sitting by had a strange-looking face on it. It was weird, but the light of the moon on the tree showed an old-looking face. It was large and looked undeniably like a face. It freaked us out a bit, and I've never seen anything that looks so much like a face show up like that did that night. No, it was a full moon when that happened. Another thing that happened to me and another friend one night. We were walking down the cemetery through the loop. As we're coming up on the corner, I recalled a time when my Wiccan friend requested some dirt from a grave for her spells and stuff. Well, a few months back, I had kicked some dirt up from the grave for her and bottled it up. Not much, of course, but enough to make a 3-inch groove in the dirt right next to the tombstone. Well, I was telling my friend about it, and I showed him the groove that was right next to the stone. I put my foot into the groove first to find it to show my friend. Then my friend put his foot into the groove to see what I was talking about. Well, we began to walk some more. Then I heard this noise. I stopped and told him to listen. It was like a howling noise almost. It was really hollow, but high at the same time. Sort of like when you blow into a glass bottle, but different. A noise I never heard before. There was no way it could have been anything in the surrounding area because it was 3 in the morning and no one was out. Then I got this cold chill running through my body. It was a warm night since it was August, and it was near 94 degrees that day. And out of nowhere, it gets cold. I felt goosebumps run through my body. My friend had felt it too. The noise was getting louder, and the chill was just so strange. We began to freak out, and after a few minutes, we decided to take a run for it. I think I may have disturbed something with the dirt I removed, but it happened shortly after I showed my friend the groove. It was the most realistic ghost experience I have ever encountered. I've been in there numerous of times, and there's always a feeling of presence when you enter. But yeah, that's the 2 most prominent encounters I had, and I thought that it may be of interest to you. Before I was invited to join my friend's ghost hunting group, they had told me about a house on Double Church Road. It got its name from the fact that there are only 2 churches along that road. They didn't tell me much, because they wanted to see if I'd experienced what they had. A week before I went there with them, I was having dreams of the home. I'd never seen it before. Something would give me a sense of being lured there in my dreams. It bothered me so bad that I spoke to my church minister about it. He told me simply not to go there, but I didn't listen. We went to the house, which was abandoned. Somebody owned it, but never fixed it up. What frightened me was the fact that it was exactly as I'd seen it in my dream. Many things have happened over the course of several visits. My friends have recounted stories of seeing a glowing white panther-like creature near the front porch steps. There was an old windmill there that would actually answer yes or no questions. It would creak once for yes and twice for no. We don't understand how it happened, but there was no wind or outside factors that we could perceive that would cause this. A friend of mine went there one night on Halloween with the group. He put his left foot on the porch and suddenly couldn't move. The most horrible thing is what I perceive to be a demon. I've seen a hulking creature about 6 to 7 feet tall, hunched over, that looked kind of like a gargoyle with horns coming out of its head. I am not the only one to have seen it either. 2 of my friends have seen it, without any of us ever seeing anything about it before. The description is always the same too. I've experienced other things that are there as well. I was there one night with my ghost hunting group, when I foolishly tried to challenge whatever it was that was there. I stayed outside with 3 of my other friends because I'm a big guy, and it was an old house, and I figured there may be some real physical dangers inside. So I stayed outside challenging the ghosts. My friends kept telling me to stop when I heard footsteps on the porch. I turned around, and there was nothing on the porch. I felt something go by me, and I looked down, and I could see footprints being made in the grass beside me, as if something was walking past me. Then I heard a noise coming from the barn. My friend came out of the home, and like me, he's sensitive to spirits, and he looked around as if trying to sense something. He then looked at the barn and said it's in the barn. The rest of my friends looked at me and said we know. We then headed down to the barn. As we were walking to the barn, we heard what sounded like 2 horses in a carriage actually go through us on the small road to the barn. There was a lot of activity that night, so we get to the barn, and 2 of my friends go around the other side and go in, because that's where the only door was. My friend, who is sensitive too, was one of them. We stood there for a while. I was getting chills and goosebumps. All of a sudden, one of my friends that was with me got wide-eyed and said, "They're messing with stuff they shouldn't be." When my 2 friends came out, they were carrying some old books they found inside the barn. I don't know what they were. I never looked. While they were in there, we also kept hearing a screen door slamming shut. We asked them about it, and they said there was no screen door. I've also seen black shapes the size of midgets running around in the yard. The stories behind all of this is that one night, the farmer heard his family in their sleep, and then hurt himself too. There's also been records of satanic rituals in the basement and whatnot. A lot of people who go there do get a strange urge to go into the cellar and basement. I've experienced that myself, but I've never gone in. One more thing. The house is in the middle of a field, and even on a night of a full moon, the house is dark and shadowy, and you can barely make it out without getting right inside the road to the home. A couple of years ago, I went ghost hunting on a regular basis. Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, was one of the most frequented sites we went to. One night, a friend and I went there on one of our ghost hunting trips. I was tired of never seeing anything. I'm a sensitive, so I can know when they're around. I just don't see them very often. On the way there, we stopped at a store to get something to drink. I also picked up some Little Debbie blueberry muffins and brownies. On the way there, my friend and I ate the blueberry muffins, and we're saving the brownies for later. Well, when we got to Harper's Ferry and parked the car, we made sure it was locked and the windows were rolled up. I had laid the brownies on the passenger side floorboard. Then we went ghost hunting in our usual spots where strange things happen. We went to the bridge next to the railroad tracks. This is where a lot of stuff happens, like strange sounds or Civil War soldier sightings and whatnot. Well, nothing was going on that night. It was pretty dead out there. I got a little angry and started to challenge the nearby spirits. I challenged them to appear or lift me up. Just do something physical. I even took off my blessed cross I was wearing, essentially telling them that the gloves were off. Nothing happened. not even strange noise. So we walked back to the car defeated. On the way, I remarked that at least I'll be able to have some of those brownies we bought, so it's not a total loss. We get back to the car, and the brownies are missing, box and all. The car was locked, and the windows were rolled up. We made sure there was no way to get into the car from the outside. We even checked to see if the windows or the locks had been tampered with. Nothing. We checked under the seats in the front and the back seats. We checked everywhere inside the car. We even checked the trunk for some odd reason. Nothing. They had completely vanished. Not even the box or the wrappers from the muffin box were even inside the car. I was so mad. I guess I should be careful what I wish for. I just might get. I think I insulted the spirits in the area, and they decided to get even with me. This is a very short story that I think is still worth sharing. It gives me goosebumps every time I think of it. I lived in this building for many years. 3 different tenants lived in unit number 19. Oftentimes, a cold presence is felt, and an image appears in the bathroom mirror of someone, possibly a woman, Native American with long hair. Unit number 6, in which I lived in, on a number of occasions, I had felt someone sit on the bed during the night. You could see a depression on the bed where the spirit had been sitting. In addition, on numerous occasions, in all 3 units, there were happenings of cabinets opening and drawers being left open. This usually happened when we left the unit to take out the trash or change laundry. You would come back to your apartment, and all the drawers in the bedrooms and all kitchen cupboards and drawers were left open. Nothing was ever disturbed or missing, just a mischievous ghost messing around. Thank you for letting me share my story with you. My wife and I used to live in Pasadena, Texas. We had bought a house back in 1996, and it was built in 1951. The first encounter I had was on a windy night. My wife was taking a shower, and I was watching TV. The back door opened slowly, almost all the way. Then it closed by itself. I figured it was the wind making it open and close, so I got up and locked the door. I almost dropped my keys when I realized the deadbolt was already set. I told my wife about it, and she laughed and said I must have dozed off on the couch and dreamt it. Then, not long after that, my wife said she heard someone walking through the home. She thought it was her daughter, since she's prone to sleepwalking. She went to her room and realized that it couldn't have been her daughter. There was not enough time for her to have been walking around, then have gotten back in bed, and then pulled the covers around her. My wife has also heard the microwave bell go off in the middle of the night, when all of us were asleep. We have a pair of pewter lamps in the end tables of our couch. They are a 2-bulb system, with pull chains for each bulb. At least once a week, we would be sitting watching TV or reading, when all of a sudden, a chain on one of the lamps would start banging the side of the lamp. Since they were pewter, it was loud. The ghost never tried to harm us, so we think it was a child playing with us. Thank you for letting me write to you. I used to attend Mass every Sunday at a church when I was a teen, 16 to 17 years. Since then, it's become abandoned, and I'm now 28 years old. My family was incredibly religious, and we always made the effort to attend. My dad worked at his church, but I always dreaded going there. Me being so reluctant about attending, I would often fight and argue with my parents about how pointless church was, and I'd rather spend that Sunday hanging out with my friends.
It had gotten to the point where my parents were so fed up with my behavior that they made me volunteer at this church every day after grade school. They figured if I was there more often, it would make me appreciate Mass and not take it for granted. After a few paranormal experiences there, I guess you could say they were right, and that their tactic definitely worked. I'll start with the most significant tales. A lot of times, I would be working alone with my dad. Attached to the chapel that we attended was a school. The school was built in 1898 and was later added onto the chapel, which was built in 1889. At the school, I had the most exciting job on the planet, to mop and clean every single floor in the entire building, while my dad was in his office at the other end of the building. After I'd finished with the school, I had to go into the chapel and mop the floors as well. Of course, I'd always hear the typical cliche ghost noises, the sounds of doors opening and closing, the sounds of voices calling my name here and there. Nothing too alarming. It didn't happen too often, and it was so subtle. It wasn't anything I thought of too much. I always just assumed that I was tired and was hearing things. That was until one night. I was mopping in the hallway at the other end of the building, and I could have sworn I heard chanting coming from the chapel, like you would hear at a mass when a priest would give a sermon. Only these were very short chants, but it sounded like multiple people talking at once. It was quiet and muffled, but still loud enough that you could clearly hear it. It sounded like Gregorian chants, to be precise. Terrified, I raced to the office so I could ask my dad if anyone was in the church. He said nobody was in the church, and the lights were off. After that experience, I was a little on edge, but I knew that was only the beginning. There was a moment where I had to go to the bathroom to clean the toilets, and as soon as I walked into the bathroom, I felt a cold chill behind my neck. I turned around, and I swear I saw some sort of foggy mist scurry out of the bathroom and disappear. Then, I heard the sound of something rustling in the janitor's closet right after, just outside the bathroom door. In the school hallway, I would sometimes hear knocking sounds, as if someone were trying to get into the school. It was always short and quick knocks, never anything lengthy. Remember, I'm working the floors alone. My dad was always in the office, with the door shut at the other end of the building. It was ridiculously creepy, but it gets worse. I remember one night, around 8 p.m., my dad had to leave the church and school to go pick up my mom from work. She worked at a hospital. I was 18. At this point, my dad trusted me enough to work alone. Haven't been doing this for a couple years now. He was going to come back anyway, but I really didn't want to be alone. I had gotten into my evening routine of mopping the school, then proceeded to go to the chapel. What happened next is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Before I opened the door to get inside the chapel, I heard the organ inside the church making noises. Remember, my dad had left to pick up my mom, and nobody else was in the church, nor the school. I started freaking out. It was seriously the creepiest thing ever. I walked into the chapel, even though I didn't want to, turned on the lights, and all was quiet. Just before I left, the lights turned off, and I heard a moan. At the moment, I didn't even hesitate. I raced out of the chapel and waited outside of the school and chapel until my dad came back. I absolutely refused to step foot inside those buildings ever again. My dad came back, and I asked him if I could please be relieved of my duties and never come back. He told me that I've volunteered here for a while now. I'm getting older, and I've had enough. I never went back to that place ever again. Today, sometimes I'll drive by where that church is, and I'll always be reminded of those things that happened all those nights ago. Okay, I've always considered myself sensitive, but after these experiences, I really started to notice the paranormal. I moved into my grandparents' house about a year after my grandfather died. It was not long after that when we also lost my grandmother. I guess my grandmother couldn't take the pain of losing her lifelong mate, and she was found dead in her bed the very next day. Well, anyway, when I moved in with my parents, I had the last pick of rooms, and I was given the middle room, the same room my grandfather died in. Even worse, I was also given the same bed that both my grandparents passed away in. I always felt kind of uncomfortable in that room, and I had this feeling like I was never really alone in there. It wasn't a bad feeling, but very unsettling. Late one night, I was sleeping in that same bed when I suddenly was awoken by a soft whispering that came from the closet. The closet door was left half open, and that was the moment when I partially saw my grandfather. I didn't see his full body, just his head. He looked as if he was smiling, and his head was peeking out of the half-open closet. I managed to turn on the light for a second, just to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, but he was gone. It felt like it lasted forever, but in reality, it had to be about 15 seconds. That wasn't the end of the night, though. I turned off the light, went to bed for an hour, when I was awakened yet again. This time, I was a little frightened, because the closet door was fully open now. How it even managed to swing open by itself, I'll never know, but I saw something. This time, it wasn't my grandfather. It was a nun. She was dressed in all black, and looked like she was from the Victorian era. This wasn't the last night I spent in that room, and this was only one of the many occasions I happened to hear and see my grandfather. 2 days later, I slept in that same room again. At the time, I was really close to my cousin, so she always spent the night. One night, she woke me up and took me to look in the closet. She looked absolutely horrified and was hysterical. She said she knew the closet door was closed when we were asleep, but somehow managed to pry itself open. She told me she saw a full-bodied hooded figure just standing in the closet for about 10 seconds. That's when she yelled for me to wake up. I didn't end up seeing anything, but we both heard tapping noises continuously in the closet for the rest of that night. For the next few days, I would constantly hear the sounds of footsteps that I always assumed was my grandfather's in the middle of the night. This wouldn't be so bad, except for the fact that the footsteps are never quiet. They are extremely loud. Every time I'm awakened, I end up wide awake and can never go back to bed immediately. I wish this didn't affect me still, but it still does. Even though the presence of my grandfather always felt comforting, I couldn't stop to think about the other ghostly residents that resided in the house. The cloaked figure my cousin witnessed, the nun I saw in the closet. There was something much more sinister in that house, and I knew it could only get worse, though it seemed as though my grandfather was protecting me from these spirits. There was a moment where I was standing in the kitchen doing dishes, and I heard the back door open and close. I heard the footsteps moving up the steps and stopped at the door of the kitchen. I stopped what I was doing. Thinking that my cousin had come to see me, I looked up and waited for her to come through the door. I went to look, and there was nobody there. I closed the door, and I went back to doing the dishes. The funny thing was, in that moment, I felt the presence of a figure beside me. Keep in mind, the hair on the back of my neck had started to stand on end when the door opened. Not 2 minutes later, I heard the back door open, and the whole ordeal started over. This time, I ran to the entranceway, and there was no one there. I was in hysterics. I ran to my room, grabbed the phone, and called my friend Sarah. I asked her if she had some free time to spend with me because I needed to get out of the house. I hung up the phone and listened. There it was again, except this time, the footsteps didn't stop at the kitchen door. They continued through the kitchen, into the hall, to the door of my room. I felt the room get really cold. This is where my sensitivity kicked in. I had this overwhelming feeling of fear, and not so far under the surface, a lot of anger. It came into the room, and though I couldn't see it, it backed me up into the corner of my room. I was about to start screaming when I heard Sarah's tires in the gravel in the driveway. It must have heard my rescuer too, because I could feel it withdraw. At the time, I hadn't noticed a drop in temperature, but when Sarah came running into my room, it looked like she hit a wall. She froze at the door, looked at me cowering in the corner, and asked how long ago it left. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, shaking. Later on, when I was safely at her house, she told me that the room felt like it was about 50 degrees in there. We came to the conclusion that we had to find some way to get this thing to leave me alone. After one trip to the local herb shop and a large chain bookstore, we had come to the conclusion that I had to demand that if it was going to live with me, it had to stop harassing me. Well, not 5 days later, I was once again standing over the sink with the hair on the back of my neck and arms stood up, and I felt a hand reach out and touch my shoulder. I spun around and started yelling. Well, maybe screaming at it is a better description. I told it that it was not allowed to touch me or sneak up on me. Well, it must have listened, because from that day on, it never tried to intimidate me again, although he has started whispering something incoherent that I constantly really don't understand. Unfortunately, it sounds muffled, like if you leave a TV on in a room and close the door. It still continues to whisper. I worked closely with a man in his mid-50s. He was very special to me. He was diagnosed with a severe illness and underwent a liver transplant, survived the surgery, but never regained consciousness. A couple years later, I was racing some movies to the video store. As someone who naturally flies, I was on my way back and still in my racing mood. We lived about 4 miles out this long, dark, curvy at times road in Samara, Tennessee, just south of Nashville. I was in my car by myself, and as I approached the worst curve on the road, the smell filled my car. Instantly, I knew the smell, but couldn't place it. I slowed down and looked around the car as best I could. I remember looking in my rear view in the back seat a couple times, still trying to recall where I knew that smell. I looked through my rear view mirror for a split second, and I could have sworn I saw the face of a man, but before I could get a detailed look, it was gone. As for the smell, I rolled down my window to see if it was coming from the outside. It wasn't. Just past the curve, the thought hit me where I knew the smell from. My friend, Jim, my coworker and mentor who had died, had been on some very strong medicines before his death. The meds created an odor around him when you were near, and his breath had a certain smell that I'm sure was induced by the medicine. The smell that I smelt in my car was exactly this. I'd never smelt it before, nor after his death. Then the thought, clear as a bell, came to me. Jim had come to slow me down on that curve. I swear to this day. Needless to say, it was scary, and I raced the rest of the way home. That night as I lay in bed, I remember looking up in the 4 corners of the room, saying, "Jim, are you here?" I didn't really think so, because that smell had dissipated just around the curve. To this day, almost 14 years later, I've never encountered it again. I know without a doubt the smell, as it was burned into my memories of Jim. After it was over, I remember thinking, "Jim, come back. I would love to talk to you," but never had another experience. This is the first time this story's ever been told to anyone outside of her family, so I hope that everyone finds it as interesting and chilling as me and my family have. It all started about 2 years ago, when I stayed the night with my sister in her new house in northeastern Texas. I was lying on her couch, watching TV, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone standing behind me. They were wearing a gray sweatshirt. I just assumed it was my sister and said hi. I then turned back around, and there was no one there, so I went into my sister's room to see if she wanted anything, and she was in the shower. I freaked out, so I sat in her room until she got out of the shower. I didn't say anything to her about it, because I was afraid she would be scared, since she was often home alone, as her husband is a truck driver. 2 weeks after this incident, my sister and husband came to our house for a visit. As my brother-in-law was talking to my father, he mentioned that he will be lying in his bed sometimes, and out of the corner of his eye, he will see someone in a gray sweater standing at the bar in the kitchen, and when he gets up to investigate further, he finds no one in the entire house. My father told him and my sister that I had seen the same thing, but it seemed to scare my brother-in-law more than it did my sister. On another visit, me and my niece fell asleep on the living room floor, watching TV. My niece had been long asleep when I began to hear a creaking noise, and due to the previous incident, I automatically decided that it was the rocking chair recliner rocking by itself. I was honestly scared to death. I'm 16, and I was afraid to turn around and look. After trying forever to wake my niece, she finally woke up. I explained to her the situation and told her to run as fast as she could to her mother's bedroom. I also followed, and as I was going out, I happened to look back, and I was right. The chair was rocking very fast and by itself. A few weeks later, the man who owns my sister's home came by and wanted to know if she would like to buy the entire house instead of just renting. He then told her the house has just too many bad memories for me. My sister also found out later in the same week that the owner's son had fallen off of the back of a tractor and into the tractor discs and died in our backyard, and there is still an old tractor disc and many very old children's bicycles behind her shop. There are 2 rooms in the house that every time me or my other sister, who lives in Arkansas, go in them, we get this strange feeling of being watched and or followed, and the room always has a damp feeling to it. If anyone has any questions, they can email me. Hope you enjoyed this story. Hello, my name is John. I live in Lake Worth, Florida, have for all my life. I've had so many unexplained experiences since my youth, but first, I want you to know that I'm a Christian and will not deceive you or anyone to the facts I'm going to tell you. It's up to you, but to me it's real and has actually happened. But the one I want to tell you about happened in 1989. I'd gotten a divorce in 1988. I moved back to my mother's house. I'm 47 years old now. My bedroom was my mother's couch, which rests facing north to south. The front of the house faces east, and to the back of the house faces west. One night, as I lay sleeping, my brother's dog began to bark a lot, then stopped. Having woken up because of this, I thought maybe a person was passing by, as they sometimes do in the neighborhood. As I was about to go into sleep, I must have been in between sleep and awake, as my eyes wandered to the side door of my mother's house, which could be seen, for my pillow was in the north position. The door leads to the car part facing north, the north door. Through this door came a spirit of a girl who came to my head position. All I saw was a glowing outline of a girl whose hair was short. I sensed that I knew her. I honestly thought that was so weird. She went back through the door in which she came in, and the strangest thing happened. My brother's dog started barking and chasing the apparition as it was leaving out of the door. I heard that dogs can sense or even see things we can't, but I know that this was real. I had the feeling I knew this person at one point, and that was the strangest thing ever. I know I just mentioned that, but I can't get over that fact. In the end, I had no further contact with the spirit, but one thing is for sure, this spirit definitely knew me. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw on my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night. Flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot. and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In this same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long. Hello, my name is Annie, and I live in Southern California, just outside of Los Angeles. I've been reading over the stories posted here, and they sound a lot like my own story. First of all, my mom, oldest brother, and myself all have some degree of ESP, which I think makes us sensitive to paranormal activity and might even attract spirits to us. I'm sure my house has been haunted ever since I was a baby, and here's what happened. In 1979, the year before I was born, my parents and two older brothers moved into a brand new house. My mom said the second day in that house, she knew weird things were going on. Footsteps, voices, odd sounds, things like that. All she knew was that our house and all the others in the streets were built on farmland. It seemed that strange things would happen in our house for a few days, and then would stop, but then the neighbor would complain of odd things in our house. It seemed like the ghost was going up and down the block to all the houses. I was born in 1980, and ever since I can remember, I've noticed strange things myself. I would hear heavy footsteps downstairs when everyone was asleep upstairs. Sometimes, I would hear chairs dragging across the floor, pots and pans banging, things like that. One day, when I was about 5 years old, I heard a woman's voice call my name from the second-story window, although my mom was making dinner in the downstairs kitchen. My two older brothers would constantly ask my mom, "Who was that lady in the white nightgown that was walking in the hallway last night?" Sometime later, a child spirit came to our house also. He liked to go running up the stairs in the middle of the night and generally cause mischief, like hiding things and moving objects around. His footsteps sounded like a toddler scuffing around in a sleeper jumpsuit. My mom confronted the ghost lady one time, and all the ghost said was that I love your baby. I only remember seeing the ghost only once, when I was 14, as a dark shadowy figure moving down the staircase. My best friend even witnessed the curtains in my room swinging back and forth rapidly when the window and door were shut tight, and I was awoken one night with my bed shaking pretty hard. In 1999, we moved to another house across town, and either the ghost followed us or there's other spirits here anyways. The first night here, I watched a book move itself from the middle of a table and fall onto the floor. Every night in my new room, just after I shut off the lights to go to bed, my bedroom door would open. I'd hear some footsteps on the carpet, my guinea pigs would squeal, and then the entity would leave my room and shut the door again. My mom has seen her many times. She's an elderly lady named Helen that often goes out the large window in the den. Sometimes I felt cold spots in the house, usually in the hallway by the bedrooms. My younger brother, sister, and myself all feel like somebody is watching us if we stay up late at night. My sister says that sometimes a light fixture on the ceiling in her room will swing back and forth by itself. Oh, and sometimes my TV, stereo, and VCR will flip on and off when nobody is around. Here's another creepy event. I have a rabbit that lives in the den, and she begs for food whenever humans walk into the room. A few days ago, I was watching TV in the den, and the rabbit ran to the edge of the carpet, turned around, and stood on her hind legs, begging for food at thin air. She ran into the middle of the room and did the same thing again. Finally, she ran to the other side of the room and begged some more, and then she sat, looking at that part of the room for a while, with her ears turned forward in an alert manner. I've heard that dogs and cats are sensitive to spirits, and I guess my rabbit is too. By the way, I've had several dogs in my house that I've watched for neighbors and family for a few days at a time, and each one has done that, stare at the empty corner and bark thing. Since my schedule is usually different than everyone else's here, I often get home very late at night when everyone else is asleep. There is always a light on in front of the house, and when I come home, I always see a dark outline or figure of Helen standing in the window, as if our friendly spirit is waiting up for me. So when I walk in the door to say, "I'm home, thanks for waiting for me," I get the feeling around me that all is well. Sometimes her spirit plays pranks on us, such as hiding my makeup, and I'll find my lipstick a week later, perhaps under the sink or in my mom's china hutch. A few times she comes up behind me and tugs on my ponytail, and when I turn around, nobody is there. I often feel someone touching my hair too. We also get other spirits passing through, such as the male ghost dressed like a lumberjack that my mom only saw once in the backyard, or another entity with heavy footsteps that whistles in the kitchen once in a while. Right now, I don't mind living with a friendly spirit or two. I think it's kinda nice to know that somebody is waiting for me every night. Helen has never caused us any problems, besides the occasional, uneasy being watched feeling, a few pranks, a flowery perfume scent that's in the house some days, and the usual disembodied voice calling from another room. I've never felt threatened or sensed evil, so she is welcome to stay. If anyone else has a friendly spirit around, feel free to email me. I've had a few ghostly experiences in my life so far. Most are probably my overactive imagination. The incident I experienced in Columbus, Ohio was as real as it can get. I went to college at Columbus College of Art and Design in Columbus, Ohio. There were plenty of stories going around that the freshman dorms were haunted. CCAD is known as being a very fast-paced, highly stressed school, and that many of the ghosts are past students who killed themselves because their already sensitive dispositions couldn't handle the pressure. I never really gave any credence to these stories until I experienced something that I still can't explain today. I lived on the 3rd floor of the dorms and shared my room with 3 other girls. 2 girls slept on one side of the room, and I shared my room with Rose on the other side. A kitchenette and dining area with the main door leading to the hall separated the two. One night, I was sleeping, and my roommate Rose left to go visit her boyfriend in his room. It's co-ed dorms. I slept without incident until sometime around 9:30. I awoke to the sound of someone entering our room through the main door, coming into the bedroom, and rifling through papers and things by Rose's side of the room. Thinking that Rose had come back to get something, I said, "Hi Rose, you forget something?" but got no answer. The moving of papers continued, and I called out another greeting to Rose, and still got no response. Finally, I turned my head to look at her and ask her what her problem was. I thought she wasn't answering me on purpose, but no one was there. Plus, the shifting of papers stopped, and everything fell off of Rose's desk and onto the floor. I got up and ran out into the commons area to ask if anyone had seen someone come in or out of the room. No one had. Then I went down to Rose's boyfriend's room and asked Rose if she had come upstairs. She swore to me that she had been in her man's room ever since she had left upstairs. I really can't remember which room it was, but if you're on the 3rd floor facing the elevator, the room is the 2nd room on your right hand side. Once you're in the room, it's the bedroom to your left. Another quick incident. Not long after that, I was taking a nap by myself in the room. Just as I was falling asleep, someone pushed me out of bed. Most people that I told this about just said I fell out of bed. However, I swear that I felt someone push me on my back, and I hit the floor a decent distance away from the side of my bed. Since then, it's been 5 years since I lived in those dorms, and I haven't had any paranormal instances since. Thanks. This happened while I was about 10 years old or so, but to this day, I can never forget it. It was summertime, and summers in India are so hot. My cousin had to come spend the holiday with me. I was wearing a short top with a pair of shorts, and I was still feeling incredibly warm. Since my bedroom was not big enough for all of my cousins, 9 of us, we spread mattresses in the living room next to the kitchen and slept there. I was not able to sleep at all. My parents have also decided to call it a night and were in their room. There was absolute silence in the house. Suddenly, almost out of nowhere, on that hot night, an ice-cold jet of air rushed past me, making me throw my blankets on, but within seconds, it was gone. I forgot about it and went back to trying to go to sleep, but I was disturbed by the sounds from the kitchen. They were the most odd sounds to hear at night. A clatter of vessels, or pouring of water or juice. It sounded almost as if someone was cooking a meal right in our kitchen. It then occurred to me that if a meal was being cooked, who was cooking it? I could not understand this, and since I was afraid to go in the kitchen, I called out to my mother. I heard the sounds of vessels being dropped, and the cold jet of air passed by once again. Within seconds, it was gone. I could not sleep that night for many nights afterwards, even though I've never heard anything after that night. To this day, I've not told anyone about it, and have never clearly explained it to myself. I've always been interested in the supernatural, and am convinced that ghosts do exist. Unfortunately, I've never seen nor felt one. I am, however, overly curious and try on occasion to find one. I have a friend that often accompanies me, but sometimes she gets too afraid to press on. She can feel their presence and bows out. I think she can feel them, and if she perceives them as evil, well, she just quits. She has a gift that I can only wish I had. I, on the other hand, don't possess that gift, and as a result, am fearless. I suppose I ought to get on with my stories. Again, I've never seen a ghost, but listen to this. My curiosity in the supernatural goes years back. When I was younger, I attended a university in southern Illinois. I had a friend named Tanya, whose parents lived in a supposedly haunted house. They claimed that a ghost lived in the attic of their home. I don't remember the spirit's name at this time, but I do remember that they claimed that she liked to play with the hangers in the attic, and that they could hear her slamming doors and climbing to the stairs to the attic at night. There were other farther-fetched claims as well, but they said that whenever something strange happened, they would always have the association of the smell of lilacs. It was, apparently, the popular perfume of the time when this girl passed. No explanation was given as to the events of her passing. Anyway, I was invited to sleep in the attic of their home one night. I was apprehensive at first, to be able to relax enough to sleep, but in time, I started to drift away. Just as sleep began to overtake me, I heard a very loud and unsettling rustling in front of my face. I instantaneously turned on a light right next to me. Nothing was there. The memory of that sound made it very difficult for me to concentrate on sleeping again. But after what seemed to be about 2 hours, I started to succumb to sleep again. As I drifted again came that sound, louder this time. I stayed calm for a few minutes to be sure this was actually happening. I stayed still, but pulled my eyes open to see if anything was there. There was no light. My eyes were wide open. I was fully awake, and the noise persisted. Again, I turned on the light, and there was nothing there. Once the light came on, the noise ceased instantly. This time, I decided to feign asleep. I turned out the light, closed my eyes, and regulated my breathing. I did everything like sleeping, without actually sleeping. Eventually, I even got my heart to stop pounding. Hell, I was scared, but managed to seem oblivious. Once again, it started, and in an instant, I turned on the light yet again. There, in front of my eyes, was a mass, a ball of white moths, about the size of a softball. As soon as the light hit them, they flew straight into the shadows of the room. Not like moths fly. They flew straight course into the various shadows and disappeared. They disappeared into shadows, not holes or cracks. They weren't real. No moth could do what I'm trying to describe here. Once they disappeared, my fear was gone, and has been ever since. I'm no longer afraid of ghosts. I believe that if a spirit chooses to stick around, it is because it, or they, have something to tell you. I'm convinced that these moths were presented to me by Lily Girl, and I believe that she showed them to me only because she wanted to be acknowledged, not feared. I think that if I were to return to this house, she'd show me the moths again. This time, I'd be much more appreciative and a lot less afraid. I'd see it as a welcome to an old friend than as a threat to a newcomer. I think she just needs someone to talk to. She must have been terribly lonely. Moth story number 2. About a year after that incident, I was still in college. I was on the 16th story of my dorm, cramming for finals. I happened to look out onto the ledge, outside the window, where sat a beautiful green wood moth. I knew it meant something, but at the time, not what. My roommate walked into the study area and informed me that I had a call from my mother. I went into my room and answered the phone by saying, "Is Gran dead?" My mom was speechless for a time. Then she said, "How did you know?" I didn't answer. You see, my Gran was 103 when she died. For years, she didn't know my name. She always just called me Janine's son. Well, on the day that her husband died at 98 years old, I took her for a long walk around her house. She hadn't been out in years. During that brief walk, I had found a feather in a great wood moth's wing. I saved them as a token of that day. After that walk, she never called me Janine's son anymore. She called me that nice boy who took me for a walk, about twice. Then, she just called me that nice boy. When I heard of her passing that day, I made arrangements to get to her funeral. I did, and upon viewing her casket, I placed the feather and the wing on her body. I feel that she's still around and still views me as the nice boy. Once again, I must reiterate that I've never seen a ghost. I promise you, though, that they are real, and I don't need to see to believe. Just ask Grandma Chip. She's still there. Look for a moth. When you do, it'll be a greenwood moth. This is what I like to call motion pictures on the wall. The first time it happened was when I was about 6 years old. I had woken up in the middle of the night and crept into bed with my parents. I still couldn't sleep, and when I rolled over towards the wall, it appeared that someone was showing a movie on it. Hard to explain, but it was a dim, full-color, silent motion picture, like a living painting, of a man dressed like Henry VIII, talking to a woman being helped into a wide hoop frame that went under her dress. That was it. Then it ended. Totally harmless, but still, how the heck did it get there? I told my mom about it in the morning. I had tried to wake her up and Dad, but they were sound asleep. She said I was just hallucinating because I was so tired, but was still amazed at my description of the hoop skirt and undergarment, as I have never seen one before. Okay, fast forward 3 more years. My brother and I were staying with our folks at our grandparents' house. We kids begged to sleep in the dining room under the huge table, so we could pretend it was a fort. Again, in the middle of the night, I awoke to find a huge silent motion picture on the wall. This time, I was able to wake my brother up, and together we watched it. He stood up and looked out the window to see if someone was doing it from the outside. No, nothing. No source of light or anything. In fact, the shadow of his head didn't even show on the wall. It completely disappeared for a second. But then, I heard a noise coming from the hallway in the house. A really frightening, disturbing wailing. It was the scariest sound that I have ever heard in my life, like someone being butchered to death. Then, into the dining room came a black shadow. We only saw this shadow for about 40 seconds before it ultimately dissipated. I swear to God, the shadow looked as if it was wearing a top hat, and it was running around before ultimately dissipating, like I said. I don't know how this happened, but even my friend saw this at the time, and we were in the dining room like I said, but there's nothing to explain this away. Maybe it was connected to the silent motion picture I saw on the wall. In fact, I can almost guarantee the motion picture on the wall was actually a family of ghosts. Actually, it was a family of ghosts that were shadow people. That's what I truly believe. Of course, I'm guessing that this family of shadow people must have been a part of a huge tragedy, because it's apparent that something caused the scream to happen. Whatever the case it was, it didn't matter now. It turned into something harmless and then became ruthlessly scary. I hope I never find out what exactly happened in the house. I'm not willing to face it. My second daughter was born on October 28th, 1986. She died of a sudden infant death syndrome 6 weeks later. She often lets us know she is still around by playing pranks and sometimes allows other family members to see her. When the movie Pocahontas came out, my oldest daughter loved it. We bought her a Pocahontas talking bank. If you haven't seen the type of bank I mean, it is one with Pocahontas and Grandmother Willow. If you drop a coin in it, Grandmother Willow starts talking. It has a button you can push for the same result. For about 3 months, this bank would start talking when no one was in the room with it. We kept the bank on a shelf in the bathroom above the sink. One morning, I was standing in front of the mirror shaving. The bank was 2 feet in front of me. But when the bank started talking, well, I don't often cut myself shaving, but this time, another time my wife had washed her favorite shirt. It was loose-fitting and lightweight, perfect for working in her garden. She washed it, and I know I took it from the washer and put it in the dryer. When we took the load of clothes out of the dryer, the shirt was nowhere to be found. 3 months later, we found it in a small cabinet in our bedroom. We only use the cabinet for storing small things and rarely open it. I can't remember what I was looking for, but I opened the cabinet and there was the shirt, neatly folded. There was another time when my wife bought me some material to make me a couple of shirts. She brought it home and folded it and put it away in her sewing trunk to work on later. A week later, she opened her sewing trunk to begin the work, and the material was gone. 6 months later, we had forgotten about the material, and my wife was going to sew another project. She opened her trunk, and there was the material, replaced once again by my second daughter. My youngest daughter, now 11 years old, often sees her sister either in the house or out in the yard. She sometimes talks to her, and I mean she carries on a conversation. My oldest daughter has also seen her. I've seen her once. She was standing by the living room in the entrance of the hallway. I was coming out of the kitchen and saw her in my peripheral vision. When I looked up, she vanished. I can say that those on the other side do not stay children forever. My second daughter, who we lost when she was a baby, now appears to us as a lovely 16-year-old. Then again, perhaps a spirit can appear in any form. Perhaps my daughter appears the age she would, so we can recognize her. It may seem strange to some people that we live with a spirit as normal part of the family, but that's exactly what she is, and we love her the same as our 2 children who are here in the flesh. Being of Cherokee and Iraqi descent, we do not fear spirits, but try to understand them. They are not here to harm, only to guide. My great-grandfather was a self-proclaimed ghost hunter. I've heard many stories growing up from my grandfather of his exploits in the field. Now, he wasn't the whole mystical crystals and holy water type. His theory on ghosts was one shared by many. They are here for something. Either a lost item from their past, or a deed left undone. The way he went about the hunt was fairly simple-minded. He would follow tales of haunted houses, graveyards, bridges, whatever, and research them as well as he could, and try to figure out what the ghost wanted, and give it to them. At the time in history when he was doing this, many people were offering rewards for someone to step in a haunted house for a night, so he would move in and spend however much time it took. Not all of the stories my grandfather told were successes, but one I remember vividly was, I will tell it to you now, and then I'll relate my own experience. Back in the 1800s, my great-grandfather was a ghost hunter. He mainly did it for the reward money offered to sleep in haunted houses at first, but a growing need to help soon took over. One such place was a farmhouse on the Oklahoma prairie, where a woman in white, I know, stereotypical ghost story, would be seen walking down the staircase and out onto the front porch. It was one of those old wraparound types that goes all the way around the house. Once on the front porch, she would pace the length of the front of the house a few times and then disappear. Other times the woman would be crying, but you could never pin down the sound. My great-grandfather moved into this house and lived there for about 2 months while trying to figure out what the ghost wanted. Many times he would be sleeping in the entryway of the house, at the foot of the stairs, trying to catch a glimpse of the lady. After about 3 weeks of research, by talking to all the people that lived nearby, we are talking about 1800s Oklahoma nearby, and I guess that would be within a 10-mile radius. He found an older couple who had known the original builders of the house and every family that lived there since. They began relating the story of the house to him as best they could. It seems that the first lady to live in the house had only 2 children, a boy and a girl, and when the girl was about 16, she fell in love with one of the local farmer's sons. After a few months, the marriage was arranged, and events were set into motion. They got married in the spring in the front room of the house. They built their own small house on some of the land and lived there for a few years, until the girl's mother got ill. Then they moved in to stay and take care of her and the family. The brother had recently joined the army and was away. After a few months, the mother passed away, and the girl and her husband also became ill. The father was left to take care of them and soon became ill as well. They all died after about a year of fighting the illness and trying to keep the house and land cared for. After that, the boy, now serving in the army, came back to collect any belongings and dispense with the house. He sold the house to the local bank and left to live in Texas. About a year later, a young couple moved into the house and lived quite happily for about 3 years until they started seeing the lady walking down the stairs and along the porch. They soon moved away and let the loan default back to the bank. A few other families had lived in the house, but all moved out soon after, and the bank was stuck with this house. Finally, the owner of the bank decided to offer a reward for anyone to sleep in the house to prove it wasn't haunted. Well, Empowered with this knowledge, my great-grandfather went back to the house and set watch for the ghost. After seeing her a few times, he noticed she seemed to be looking for something on the porch, so he got some digging equipment and began to dig under the porch. After about 2 weeks of digging, he found a small gold ring. Thinking that had to be what the ghost wanted, he placed it on the railing of the porch and waited that night to see what happened. Nothing happened for about another week. Then he was sitting on the porch, enjoying the good weather, when he caught sight of her walking down the stairs. Not daring to move, he watched as she walked the length of the porch until she came even with the ring. She turned and seemed to look at the ring for a long time, then just vanished. He spent another week in the house and never heard so much as a creak and never saw the woman again. The ring he put under the first step of the stairway, and as far as anyone knows, is still there. That is how my grandfather related that story to me, not in the scary ghost story boogity-boo way, just a plain and simple fact, a piece of family history. Now my story. I was about 18 and living with a friend of mine and his mother. We all lived in a small house. Some would call it a shotgun shack, because you could shoot a shotgun through the front door and not hit anything but the back door. It was all one room, only separated by a small wall that ran about 3 feet from each outer wall. You could walk straight from the living room to the kitchen, going through the bedroom in a straight line. One night, I was sleeping on the floor in the living room when I was awakened in the middle of the night. I don't know if it was a sound that woke me or just a bad feeling, but when I woke up, I happened to be turned so that I looked straight into the bedroom. I saw what looked like sheer curtains lit by moonlight blowing outside beside the bed that my friend's mother was sleeping in. I had an eerie feeling, but being half asleep, didn't think anything of it and promptly fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I remember what had happened and looked at the wall, expecting to see an open window. The problem was, there is no window on that wall, not anywhere in the house. All the windows are on the opposite wall, so it couldn't have been a curtain. Later that day, I asked my friend's mom about it, and she told me that it was her father, that he came to help her when she had a bad night. She had terrible arthritis. She said that she never saw him, but could feel his presence. I had many other strange experiences in the house. Rocking chairs that didn't need anyone sitting in them to rock, things disappearing and reappearing in strange places when no one was home. To say the least, I was glad when I got an opportunity to move out.
About 2 years ago, my boyfriend Luke and I were at our friend's house. He lived about a half an hour away from us in a small beachside suburb called Two Rocks. To get there from our house, you have to travel down a road called Wanero Road. It's a very long winding road and has no streetlights. Lining the side of the road are white gum trees. These stretch on for a few kilometers. A lot of people have crashed their cars on this road. Most end up as fatal crashes. There are quite a few crosses, especially in the white gum area. Anyway, it was about 1 in the morning when we decided to head back home, as we were both really tired after a long day. We turned, as usual, onto Wanero Road, and were chatting to each other about what to do the next day, when we reached a high-end death toll area. Luke always slowed down near here, because there's so many windy, sharp turns that you have to be careful. As we were driving, I looked out of the window, and to my absolute astonishment, there was an old man walking down the road with a bag in his hand. I pointed this out to Luke, but he just thought it was some weirdo who had one too many to drink. About a minute later, Luke slammed on his brakes and we skidded around, doing a 180-degree turn. We had both just seen the same man, carrying the bag, run out into the road waving his arms. We sat dead silent watching where he had come from, but nothing was there, just the trees and the butte. Not far away from where we had stopped, there was a white cross where an old man had flipped his four-wheel drive and died instantly. On another occasion near the same spot, I saw a young girl, about 17, wearing blue jeans and standing next to a white gum tree. Luke didn't see her, but I can remember that she looked sad, almost lost. There have been a lot of claims from a lot of different people about the white gums on one narrow road, mainly about figures darting out trying to make their vehicles come off the road, or of an old man walking along carrying a bag. We don't travel down that road anymore. They've built up a new road that's more convenient for us. A few other things have happened to me in the past 18 months. I just bought a new kitten not too long ago, and she is always very alert when she's in my bedroom. Usually, she will cuddle up and purr, or go to sleep, but in my bedroom, she can't settle down. A few weeks after we got her, Luke was working a night shift, and I was home alone in bed, because I'm not fond of being on my own in a dark house. I decided that my kitten would stay with me in my room until Luke got home. At about 11 p.m., I just finished watching a movie on the TV and grabbed the kitten and headed to bed to read a book. I was a few pages in when Lottie, my kitten, started trying to hide underneath my arm. At first I thought she was just getting comfortable, but that's when I noticed she was hiding. She then started to walk up onto me, looking up at the ceiling. Her pupils were huge, and her ears were back, and her tail was wagging angrily. I tried to settle her, but she started to follow something along the roof with her eyes. I looked up, but couldn't see anything, so went back to reading, although I was very uneasy. Lottie kept following this invisible thing for about a half an hour. Then she eventually went to sleep under my blanket. From then on, when I'm alone in my room, I always feel uneasy, like I'm being watched. Okay, this isn't the first supernatural type thing that I think I may have experienced, but it is the only one that I know for sure was real. My best friend moved here to Kentucky when I was in kindergarten from Chicago, and moved next door to me when I was about 10. After that, me and her were always together, and always spending the night with each other. Loved her parents to death. That particular night, she had spent the night with me, and it happened to be our other best friend's b-day the next day. Well, maybe about 2 o'clock that day, we went over to her house to ask her dad if we could walk down there, as it was just down the road. Her mom was at work, by the way. I waited outside when the door slammed open and she was screaming, "There's something wrong with my dad." I went in and he just looked like he was sleeping. He had his arms crossed and everything. I'm glad he went peacefully. He was pale, and I touched his arm to wake him up, and he was cold. At that point, I knew he was gone. We ran to my paps, and he came over and called an ambulance. The rest is all just heartache and pain, like that comes with any death. I felt like it was important to tell you all that, because it really is relevant to the rest of the story. Or at least, in my opinion, it has some correlation. Okay, now on to the creepiest moments. I was spending the night with that same friend, and I asked where the mouthwash was, and this was probably about 3 or so months later. She said her dad had some in his dresser, so I went into his room. I stood there as she looked, and suddenly, we heard this rhythmic knocking all down the side of her house. It was really fast and complicated. We freaked out and ran to her room. I think he didn't want her going through his stuff. Well, that's all that happened for a very long time. The last experience, her dog is chained up in their fenced-in yard, and it was in heat, and my male dog got in her yard and no one was home, so I rushed over there. They really didn't need any more puppies, and opened her gate to get my dog that somehow got in there. And I heard his voice again, very meanly shout, "Hey," so I freaked out and ran again. The main thing I'm wondering about is that knocking. It's really odd. I think about it sometimes, but I mean it shouldn't bother me anymore. But it does. If you have any ideas as to what this is, please speak up. I live in a small residential neighborhood in western Kentucky. My family has resided in our home for 37 years. We're the first home to ever be built on this property, as the same with several other homes in the area. Since day one upon moving into the house, we have been plagued with numerous experiences that, quite frankly, can't be explained. They are loud banging noises that echo from between the halls, strange odors, ranging from the distinct smell of death to a light scent of lilies and roses. Strange shapes of a blackish-gray smoke clinging to the baseboards. Voices that echo through the entire house, ranging from the intensity of a deafening shriek to the softest of whispers. Shadow people walk the house day and night. Strange bluish-green bars of light extend from room to room. Balls of light that chase each other around the ceiling. Full-body apparitions, plain as you and I. Things disappearing, sometimes returning in different parts of the home, sometimes never reappearing. Cold breaths in your ear, an unmistakable touch that chills you to the bone. Several homes in our neighborhood have also stated similar events. Several of the people that have admitted strange occurrences in their homes have been very religious, God-fearing people, with no reason to lie about their situations. Something is happening here. Upon researching our area, it was discovered that back in the early 1700s, this area was an old Indian burial ground. In the mid-1800s, it was decided to put in a real cemetery. The old graves were destroyed, and the remains were disposed of. A new cemetery was started in its place. However, in the 1960s, it was decided to move the cemetery once again due to flooding issues, and a new subdivision was to be put in its place. Being a contractor for our city, my father was offered a reasonable deal on one of the first homes to be put on the land, an offer too good to turn down. Our house was finished on June 14th, 1972. We moved in on June 21st, 1972. It wasn't until recently that my father told us children that he worked for the crew who removed the graveyard. Some of the graves are so damaged by water erosion that they could not be moved, so they were left, and the homes were built on top of them. Even as recently as 10 years ago, less than 5 miles from my home, a family was putting in a swimming pool. While excavating the backyard, several Indian bones were unearthed. The family sold the home and moved. Mysteriously, when several homeowners started asking for copies of our area's records, the records suddenly vanished without a trace. Here are 2 instances in which I experienced ghostly activity. They're not very long stories, but I think they're very interesting. So here goes. I really don't know if you keep up with your website, but if you do, back in 2004, a couple of buddies and I went to Thompson Creek Trail. We started down the trail. My friend and I were at the front of the group. We had flashlights, and we were flashing them at all the really dark areas of the trail. We had passed an old-looking house to our right at the beginning of the trail. Shortly after, there was a curve in the trail, and in the bend of the curve, there was a tree. It was really dark at the trunk of the tree, so I was kind of scared, and I shined my light on it. The image that had projected from my flashlight was of a very tall man and was standing very close to the tree, and a shadow was cast onto the tree trunk. It is a fact that no one was in front of me. My friend had also seen the huge shadow of a man. I've been to a lot of places on your website, and this was the only one where I'd actually seen something, and it scared the living crap out of me. On to my next paranormal experience. For me, I've always believed in the paranormal, though I've never had any experiences of my own until very recently, including the one I just told you about. I met a new friend at school, and he told me his house had spirits in it. He and his family had all something happen to them, i.e., seeing figures, hearing voices, unusual odors, and poltergeists. They even hired a priest to bless the house, and also a psychic. I never thought I would have something happen to me, but me and my mates were watching a movie in his room, and suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I swore to God that I saw a shadowy figure in his mirror, and when I turned my head, it kind of stepped out of view. I thought this was weird, because usually I can tell if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but this time it just seemed different. Another experience I had was when I was on the computer alone, and my friend was downstairs. While I was on the computer, I thought I was hearing many voices, like the background noises you hear in a restaurant. I could hear very faintly. Now, because of these experiences, I don't like being alone in this house. What I want to do next is to actually try to do ghost hunting in this house. So there you have it, my two experiences. I hope you thought they were interesting, because they scared and terrified me. I just moved back from Long Beach, California, from Vancouver, Washington. A longtime friend named Alan offered me one of his bedrooms, in which I could stay until I got back on my feet. That night, I felt something sitting on my chest. I remember being too afraid to open my eyes. Whatever it was, it did not move. Then, I opened them and witnessed a flow of whitish-looking vapor protruding out of my chest. It went up above the bed towards the ceiling in shape of stretched-out rings. It looked similar to smoke from a cigarette. It just hovered over the bed in circles and then began to stretch and exit towards the kitchen, which was next door. I did not dare tell Alan about this experience because he is such a skeptic. I can predict his very words. "Ernie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. You must have dreamed it. He says there's no such thing as spirits or even a god." The very next morning I told Jim, one of the tenants, what I experienced. I just had to get it out of my system. Will someone please hear me out? He had told me that a man named Ron had been staying in that very room, and that, when he discovered that he had some type of incurable hepatitis, he hung himself from the refrigerator door in the kitchen. That really didn't make any sense to me, but he explained that Ron had somehow did this by tying his belt around his neck and then somehow sliding on the floor. According to Jim, Ron received a letter from UCLA about a month later,
stating that he was to come to UCLA immediately because they now had a treatment for his type of hepatitis. If he'd only waited one more month, Jim told me that he believed Ron had tried to inherit my body when I was sleeping, as in, tried to possess me. This incident, however, never happened again. I do recall one time waking up at 1 a.m. in that house and hearing a repetitious sound coming from the garage. I looked out the window because the garage had a window, but it was dark. The next day Al was in the garage and I asked him what he was doing in the garage at 1 a.m. He said, "I wasn't in here. Why do you ask?" I told him what I had heard, a repetitious sound from the night before. Then, something made me focus on a small machine that sat on a shelf. I asked Al what it was. He told me that his previous tenant named Ron used to do laboratory work, and that the machine was for polishing rocks. There was still rocks in it. It had a handle that turned. When I turned it, I heard the same sound that I had heard in the morning. I told Al, but he said he must have been mistaken. No one was in the garage last night. It was locked at night, and only I have a key. I said no more. After my brother had died in his home, my family gave it to me to live in. It was an older mobile home. One day, while on my PC, which faced the same wall that my door was on, in fact, my desk was next to the door. My desk is huge, and a bigger desktop than most kitchen tables are. So sitting at my desk, I could see part of the hallway while reading, typing, or whatever on my PC. One day, I just happened to look up at the door, and there came a figure of a man. I could only see his shadow on the emergency door and wall outside my bedroom. He was either bald or had some very short hair. I just sat there and stared for what seemed like several minutes, waiting for him to either come into my room or say something. It finally turned and seemed to go into the bathroom, which was on the other side of the wall, or went in the wall, towards the kitchen and living room area. They're both open, with no wall dividing them. I was there alone, except for my dog Chewy, who is very large, over 160 pounds. I got up to check it out, because from what I saw as a shadow, it didn't look like anyone I knew. I walked by the bathroom peering in, and he wasn't there, so I kept going. When I got into the kitchen, I saw Chewy on the couch, looking out the window at the kids who had just gotten off of the school bus and were walking home. He would have barked, even if he had known whoever the shadow was. He never made a sound. There was no one there, not even in my son's bedroom. I checked everywhere. If he had gone outside, I would have heard the door open and close. The only time my brother ever had short hair was when he was in the Marines. The only other person who had no hair or short hair was my father before he had died. The chemo and radiation treatments for cancer had done that, and both were dead for about 4 years, both dying about 4 months apart. So far, this has been my only encounter with a shadow person or ghost. I never really knew they could or would show up like this. This past year, my daughter who works in a nursing home was telling me they have seen shadow people there too. They seem to be only showing up in this one hall section. I believe she said it was where the patients who weren't doing so well stayed. One patient even complained about being there in that hall. He said they kept bothering him and wouldn't leave him alone. When they moved him to another hall, he quit complaining. He did eventually die several months later. I did see this happen on Ghost Hunters too, where they saw a man's shadow like a figure on a locker. They've mentioned shadow people a few times on there too. Now, I suppose you're wondering if I were scared. For some odd reason, I wasn't at all. I just wish I knew who it was. I know dogs have a sixth sense too, and I still wonder why my dog didn't seem to know he was there. Chewie had never met my brother or my father. Even if he knew them, he would have barked at being excited someone came to visit. When I was young, my grandmother owned a very old rustic country summer home in a small village about 3 hours away from a large city where I grew up. There was nothing particularly threatening about the outside of the house. To a casual onlooker, it just looked like an old quaint house, much like the majority of the houses in the village. During summer break from school, my parents would send me there, since my grandmother always took her vacations there, far away from the busy life in the big city where we all lived. Though I miss my parents a lot, and didn't get along well with my grandmother, I still, for the most part, enjoyed the large garden with its old apple trees, a berry orchard, and a large vegetable garden. The inside of the house had a very different feel to it. First of all, it was definitely very old and somewhat musty, because it went unused for a large portion of the year. In one of the bedrooms where the wallpapers was peeling, you could see several layers of different color wallpaper, which makes me think that the house was owned by many people before my grandmother, though she had for many, many years. Though it had a sink, it did not have a toilet or a shower. Instead, there was an outhouse outside and an outside shower for summer use. There was one room in the house, which was added sometime after the original house was built. It was a slightly newer, open space with many windows, painted in a pleasant pastel color. It was located at the very back of the house. For some reason, my grandmother insisted that this particular room is where I would stay. If you were to simply look at it, you would find absolutely nothing threatening about this room. However, for some reason, I was terrified of staying there. My parents always remarked that unlike the other children, I was scared of nothing. I always slept with the lights off, never had any incidents where I was scared to be alone, and never had any childlike fears such as a monster in the closet, etc. So, my parents found it highly unusual that being 8 or 9 years old, I was absolutely terrified of this room. I would beg my grandmother to let me sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, but she always told me that I was being silly and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the room. Yet at night, with the lights off, I couldn't help but hear unusual creaking sounds, knockings, and what sounded like footsteps after my grandmother had gone to bed. Having never been scared of anything, I would pull the blanket almost all the way over myself, except for my eyes, out of which I could see faint black shadows moving along the corners of the room. I tried so hard to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the extreme uneasy feeling never let up. I felt like something in the room could physically hurt me if it chose to. I told my parents and kept asking my grandmother about the room, but my questions were sidestepped, and I was always told that I'm just imagining things. And maybe it's because the room is sort of isolated from the rest of the house, and that makes me nervous. And of course, I got the usual explanation of it's just the house settling, etc. Since the house had no hot water, they couldn't blame the water heater. Things would go on like this every summer I was there. On a few occasions when I was allowed to sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, I felt much more at ease and was able to fall asleep much easier. In the other room, the uneasy feeling would keep me awake for hours, which was highly unusual for me since I never had trouble sleeping anywhere else. Yet, though significantly weaker, The effects of that negative energy permeated the entire house. To wash up before bed, we would heat water in the kitchen and put it in a basin. On numerous occasions, when I was washing my face or giving myself a sponge bath, since the only shower was outside, I had very strong feelings of being watched, to the point where I would do what I needed to do as fast as possible and would turn to look behind me, expecting someone to be there. One particular occasion I remember very clearly. It was broad daylight, and my grandmother went to the local market to buy food while leaving me at the house by myself. I was about to go outside to the garden when I heard a loud female voice clearly calling my name from the living room. Utterly confused, since I was supposed to be the only one in the house, I went to investigate. My grandmother was still out, and I confirmed that I was alone. Then I heard the same voice again, calling out to me urgently from another room. I was really freaked out and almost ran out of the house, but made myself go and see if anyone was there. I saw no one. When my grandmother got back from the market, I told her what happened, and she told me many people imagine someone calling their name when they are home by themselves. Even then, I thought it was an odd explanation, since I never had an occurrence like that before. And actually, I haven't had an occurrence like that in the nearly 20 years since then. Sadly, since I was still a child, I never found out the history of the house before my grandmother finally sold it after she was too old to maintain it. I don't envy whoever owns it now, though. Okay, one of my first experiences with ghosts was when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in Texas at my grandmother's house with my brother and cousin. We were sleeping in the living room, and I heard kids playing in the background. Then I heard a man call my name. I thought everyone else was up, and my grandma was waking me up. I stood up and opened my eyes, and there was no one there. It was also silent. I thought it was a dream, but then I heard kids again, and a man's voice started to call my name again. I now knew that this wasn't a dream. I ran to my grandparents' room and told them there was a man calling my name and that there were kids playing. My grandma said I was having a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I got into bed with them and went to sleep. About an hour later, my cousin came into the room, saying that a man wouldn't stop calling his name. My grandma thought it was maybe a coincidence and told us to go to sleep. Nothing ever happened to my brother. A few weeks later, we got a call from them, telling us that they were moving. My grandpa had gotten up about 1 a.m. to let the dog outside, and when he turned around, all of the dog's squeaky toys started squeaking, and there was a woman standing right in front of him, and it wasn't my grandma. They found a house and started moving as quickly as possible. We came down to help them. We lived in Oklahoma at the time, and my grandma told us that there was a family that lived in the house, and the dad and kids all died in the house fire. We never found out who the woman was, though. Thank you for letting me submit my story to you. This is one of the scariest, but I have lots of them. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to feel and see spirits that no one else could. It took me many years to discover what this ability was, and that I wasn't alone. I don't remember my very first ghostly experience very well, but my mother does. She told me the story many times. I was 3 years old, and we were visiting my grandmother at her home in East Boston. I walked into the back bedroom, my grandmother's room, and then back into the dining room
and asked my grandmother about the man in our room. She asked me to describe him, so I did. She turned to my mother and quietly said, "She has a gift." She handed me a photo of her and my deceased grandfather and asked me if that was the man. I said yes, but he was skinnier now. My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm, a complication from a bout of meningitis in 1952, 34 years before my birth year. 1 year later, I was 4. We moved into a new home. Directly behind the house was the cemetery. We lived in that house for the next 14 years. There was a very heavy, eerie feeling that surrounded the stairs. Something watched you from the base of the stairs while you were in the living room, or at the top of the stairs. Every so often, there was footsteps and the sounds of someone falling down them. When you went to investigate, nothing was there. The basement was the worst place. It felt like something like a voice grip was squeezing your chest. I could never go down there. I was apparently the only one that felt it. My sister told me after she moved into her room down there that she never quite felt alone, and she'd get this odd headache, then smell something really awful. My dad made sure everything was perfectly safe before she moved everything down. There was no explainable reason for her experiences. I've had experiences outside the house as well, in cemeteries, in other people's homes. Recently, I began to investigate haunted places in New England with my friends. Since moving into my current residence in 2005, though, I haven't had any experiences at my home. We lived in a small farmhouse with a huge backyard, and beyond the fence, an even larger pasture. I was 11 years old when we lived there, and we, the kids, would always explore the backyard, especially at night, and play hide and seek all of the time. One night, in this big backyard, I was alone and looking out at the pasture when suddenly I felt as though I was being watched, and I turned my head to look at the house when I saw a transparent man looking at me, and then he disappeared a few seconds later. My uncle had died when I was 4, so I assumed it was him watching over me, and ventured into the house and went to sleep. A few minutes went by with no strange happenings when I went over to a friend's house and spent the night with her. We had a little bit of a slumber party and ended up sleeping in the living room when she woke me up at about 3 a.m. in the morning, apparently scared out of her mind, and told me she had woken up to go to the bathroom. That made her hair stand on end. Then saw a shadowy tall figure of a man with a pressed suit on, no hands or feet, and some kind of burlap bag over his head with a rope tied twice around his neck. So naturally, I thought she was kidding around, trying to scare me, so I got up and ventured into the direction she was pointing, when I felt this strange sensation, and boom, like magic, he was there. I ran back and told her that I had too seen it, and she ran into her parents' room and got them out of bed, and naturally, they told us there were no such things as ghosts, and told us to go back to sleep. We lay in the living room a long time, just watching this thing pace back and forth, and waiting for dawn so we could finally get some sleep. And about 5 in the morning, the visitor disappeared, and we soon fell asleep. Never in a million years, if someone would have told me this would be the beginning of a 19-year-old haunting, would I have believed them. But that is exactly what happened. Not just to me, but to my friend also. It seemed that this ghost visited us every night at the same time for almost 2 years at first, just pacing the halls, then turning things off and on, changing TV channels and radio stations, swinging things in the walls, just little annoying things that at our age would scare the crap out of you.
One of the scariest nights I can remember was one night at my house. We were sitting on the bed eating ice cream when we both got that spooky feeling and fell silent, and we smelled something burning for a second, and then we heard the most guttural scary movie growl I've ever heard in my life. We threw our bowls and ran into the living room, where I felt the need to spoil the beans to my parents. Of course, they told me we were crazy and that our imaginations were great. A few months later, I was still insisting to them that something evil was in the home, and they kept telling me the same thing and began asking me if I needed help like counseling or something, but I kept fighting with them about it. By this point, even my brothers thought I was insane. A few months later, my parents decided to move because I stuck to my story, and they were hoping that if they got me away from my friend, that my imagination wouldn't work overtime. We moved about 65 miles from that town to another farmhouse that was even older than the last one. The same thing was happening, only instead of pacing back and forth, the figure began to float to my bedside, lean its head to the side, and make noises like it wanted something from me. This was a nightly ordeal for a few months, and then it began to start touching me. I could never see its hands, but I could feel the icy cold prickle sensation that came with it, working its way up my bed, to my legs, up my body, and even surrounding my head. Most nights, I was too afraid to move and afraid to cry out, so I laid in my bed, silently weeping. This went on for quite some time too. Then it began to lay in the bed beside me and touch me off and on all night, as though it was testing me to see if I was scared. And trust me, I was terrified. But when 5 a.m. rolled around, proof he would vanish. After a few months of this, in a tunnel of sleep, I finally got the nerve up to throw a pillow at him and yell at him. You know, things like, "What do you want from me?" And he began to put his head to the side, even more, and grunt, as if he was replying, "What?" Remember, the figure always had a pressed-on pinstripe suit and some kind of burlap bag over his head, with a rope that showed to be strung around his neck at least 2 times. So, I never saw a face or even heard him speak, anything other than the grunts it was doing that night. But shortly after my temper tantrum, it left. Finally, a few nights of peaceful sleep, until I was awakened by heavy footsteps in the foyer, going through the kitchen, which was not like him at all, and then the burnt smell again, and I was so afraid that I would hear the growl again, that I remember thinking my parents would surely find me dead in the morning from a heart attack. To make a long story shorter, here's a list of things that happened. After that night, I never saw the burlap ghost again, but strange things and sounds and figures would keep me up all night. It was like an open portal in my bedroom. I would wake up scratched up, heavy breathing in my ears, pressure on my chest, racing black silvery balls across the ceiling, red eyes racing through my room and disappearing, laughter, waking with my arms bruised as if someone had grabbed me, something cold that I always assumed to be a hand, because I felt something like a huge ring hit the bottom of my foot, grabbed me by the ankle, and almost slung me out of bed. A Bible was slung across the room and landed on my bed, as I had taken to the habit of filling my room with religious items. And one night, so much activity in my room that my younger brother was awakened and came in only to turn white and started screaming. And to this day, he will not tell me what he saw. So on to the future. I turned 18, still struggling with this haunting, or whatever you call it, and joined the military, and it still followed me. Even being stationed in Iceland, it was still up to no good, and my best friend, who was also my roommate, would say things like something is not right,
and it was doing all of its little tricks again, like turning things on and off. But she seemed fascinated with it, so I told her the entire story, and she didn't seem to mind. She had just wondered what I had done to have this happen to me. Finally, a few years of peace without one thing happening. I'm now 24 and live with my boyfriend in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and nothing. Another year of peace when he tells me one morning that he felt like he was being choked in the middle of the night, and he has some bruises on his arm. I say nothing because I don't want him to think I am crazy, but it keeps happening, and then I wake up, look at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. again, and something is breathing heavy in my ear. I got up and went into our guest bedroom, and nothing, so I fall asleep for what seems like a few hours. But when I wake up, it is only 40 past 3, so I attempt to get up, and I can't move. Something is strangling me and hitting me all over. I struggle to get up, but I can't move. I can't even scream. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes, and proof the struggle is over. This time, the attack is so severe that I consider calling a team of specialists out to see what it is, but I never did. Shortly after that, my boyfriend and I split up, and I moved to Oklahoma to be with my family, and nothing has happened since. Once in a while, I get a strange sensation, but I don't think about it twice and just keep doing what I'm doing. It has now been about 2 years since anything out of the ordinary happened. There are many more things that happened during this trying period of my life, but for me to write it on here would take a year at least. For those of you who read this and think I'm crazy, I can only say that maybe someday my little brother will tell me what he saw. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back and I kept feeling a hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me and would have had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also will not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of the townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I had taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously, to this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21.
I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly, every time I went down there. It didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the E.T. doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it, but it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze, just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication from my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom, when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light and TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound, it is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just a curtain. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than the supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called, and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair, holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that her rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed, and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us. I believe the house I grew up in was haunted. My family all makes jokes about how it was just all my imagination. There were several different occurrences throughout my childhood, nothing on a regular basis, but frequent enough for me to believe that something paranormal was going on there. I lived in this house from birth until 18 years old. I am now much older, and I still believe what I saw and felt was real and inexplainable. As a child, I always woke up in the night to get a drink of water or a snack even sometimes. I wasn't overweight, but it was a running joke in my house that I always had to get up to get something to eat at night. On several of these occasions, I would walk out of my bedroom down the short hall and into the living room where we had one of those old TVs that when you turned them off, the colors would dance for a short while and then go out. My parents were early to bed, early to rise, so I know the TV couldn't just shut off. But it would go out, and there would be a human face made from those colors that actually would just swim around when it was shut off. I watched the TV during the day, and it shut off, and always watched to see what the colors did, but they never made the face during the day, only at night, after the TV had been off for hours. The second occurrence that freaked me out completely was on one night. I was standing at the refrigerator, which was on the same wall as the doorway that led down to a small landing, which is where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement were. I always felt watched downstairs, and couldn't stand going down there at night, even with all the lights on. I could do it fine during the day, but at night, it freaked me out. Anyway, the night I'm speaking of, I turned my head to the doorway. The only illumination was the light from the refrigerator, and there was a fully formed person peering around the corner from the side that would have been coming up the stairs. The horrible thing about it was that at first, I thought it was my stepdad, but then I got a look at his face a little closer, and it was his face, but almost evil looking. I swear it had red eyes, but that could have been a misinterpretation of what I saw. I ran back down to see where all the bedrooms were, and I peeked in my parents' room, and he was still in bed. I've never found an explanation of why it could have been his likeness, but I know it was definitely scary.
To begin with, I live in Los Angeles, California, in the Valley. My house is a very unsettling place. Ever since I can remember, there have been unusual going-ons and oddities. The history of the house is this. The house was built in the late 50s in the Hollywood Hills, somewhere or other. I'm not quite sure. But it was eventually moved for some reason to the Valley in the early 60s, at which point my grandfather bought the house at an amazingly reasonable price for such a then luxurious and beautiful house. My family moved in, and they've lived there since. Now begins the second part of my story. When my grandfather was nearing the end of his life, he began to see things, namely my grandmother, whom he had divorced decades earlier, and who had died about 3 years earlier, and a small girl who he would become agitated at the sight of and wave away, saying things like, "Get away, you're gone," and the like. It was very unsettling, as I said. He, however, was not alone in his unusual experience in the house, as well as my aunt and father, who've also experienced oddities here as well. And nearly all of my friends who have stayed the night, and most significantly, me. My aunt has heard voices here when she was younger, and has seen a man out of the corner of her eye, standing at the corner of her bed, watching her. She also said that this caused her to have difficulty in breathing on occasion. My father is another story altogether, but I'm unsure as to his reliability, as he is quite frankly bipolar and schizophrenic. But several years ago,
after my grandmother died in '64, he went quite insane and said that a thing in his room told him to hurt himself. I would otherwise discount this as part of his psychosis or mania, but after that happened, I came into the possession of the house as part of my inheritance from my grandfather, and when I first moved in, as there was hardly any furniture and I was staying there, I had to stay at his old room at the end of the hallway. There are no windows, and the only illumination is from a wall torchlight precisely in the middle of the hall, which will play in later oddities. When I lay down in there with my dog to rest a little bit on the mattress, which had previously been his, I felt decidedly unpleasant, as if I were being watched, but was suddenly so tired that I immediately fell asleep. I woke up later in a cold sweat, and my dog was huddled in the corner, whimpering and watching the ceiling in the diagonally opposite corner of the room, and seemed very frightened. The unpleasant feeling of being watched had greatly increased, and I left the room as hastily as I possibly could. When I had first moved in, about a week after the oddness with my dog, and before I could move over my bed from my previous residence, I'd moved over my father's bed from his old corner room and begun to sleep upon it. Things were fine for about a month or so, until one night, I awoke to see the silhouette of a tallish man standing in the doorway to my bathroom. There is a bathroom attached to my bedroom, and a door leading out from the bathroom into the entrance hall by the front door. The man was standing with his arms slightly bowed and head lowered with shoulders tense, and seemed angry for some reason, very angry. The man pointed at me, and I blinked, and he disappeared. What was even more disturbing about it was that the man appeared to be composed entirely of shadow, as if the brightest light possible were shining behind him, while the lighting behind him was just as it always is, as at that time, I usually left the entrance hall light on for anyone coming home late, and the light in my bathroom was on, which was directly flush with the man. Even more disturbing was that after I blinked, the man was gone, and when I looked to investigate, the door was once more closed, but the door was unlocked, which it never was, and the light in the bathroom was still on, which it also never was. I made a thorough search for my room, and it was completely sealed, and there was no possible way for what happened to have happened. About a day or two later, and this is the weirdest, most terrifying part, and the most horrific, I was laying in bed, the one my father had shot himself on after my grandmother had died, although he did not die of it. Hands began to form out of the mattress and massage my body. At first I thought it was a dream, as it was so absurd, but did not feel bad and was actually soothing, until the hands began to gouge and claw at me, trying to pull me into the bed, at which point I began to shriek and jumped out and off of the bed, and watched as the hands very silently melted, almost back into the mattress. My body hurt very much, and I went to observe myself in the full-length mirror, which my grandfather had hung upon the door between my room and my bathroom, which had been his. He was a short man though, so I don't believe the Shadow Man had anything to do with it, and I noticed that my entire body, from ankles to just below my neck, was covered in glass, as if I'd been scratched all over as well, and many were bleeding, although not profusely. I ran out of the room and did not sleep the rest of the evening, and in the morning removed both bed and frame and put them in the trash and on the curb. After this, I began to have nightmares in which a massive presence chased me through the rooms of places in which I'd previously lived, or I would be in a normalish dream. I'm presuming that they were normal because I had never had a real dream, only nightmares, and that I would sense something approaching, even through the walls of the buildings in the dreams, and then it would appear and rush at me, and attacked by grabbing me by the neck and throttling me. And though it did not speak or even make sound or have form, I could see it as if it did, and it had the form of a large human-like thing. It could taunt me as if I could hear its thoughts. It strangled me and lifted my feet off of the ground and prevented me from calling out or even making sound, and I would struggle until I finally awoke. Many of the times I would awaken to find large handprints upon my neck, larger even than my hands. The worst of the strangulation dreams was one set in my back hallway. In the dream, I was walking about the house and heard something frying in the kitchen like eggs. And when I went in there, eggs were on the stove, and I felt such an inexplicable horror. After I went into the kitchen, I heard my dog whimpering in distress and ran to the sound and found her in the back hallway, and she was being held up by the throat and throttled as I had been before. I ran over shouting at the shadow thing and threw myself at it to force it to release my dog, and she was thrown back against the corner of the side hall, which leads to the other bathroom of the master bedroom, and laid unconscious, at which it began to throttle me until I managed to shout out God and was dropped, and awoke immediately to find my neck was severely sore and with bruising all over it. When I went to check on my dog, she was whimpering, and my mother could not figure out why she had suddenly began to whimper in the middle of the night. Thank you for listening to my story. I know it was kind of wild, but there are definitely shadow presences in this home, and they are really torturous. I hope nobody ever gets to experience what I experienced, but hey, it makes for a great story.
Being a kid from a large single-parent family, we moved around a lot. One of these homes was on 1864 Robinson. We were poor. My mom tried hard to give us the things we needed, but she had no help. My two younger brothers and I used to share a room and a bed together. We used to sleep upstairs in a large room, just opposite the bathroom on the south side of the house. It had a large window, with no curtains or coverings, so the streetlights used to shine through at night. At the end of the room was a closet that had no door. We rarely used it. One night, I was awakened by a large blue light coming from outside the room. I thought it was from the bathroom, but it was an intense blue and seemed to grow brighter and brighter. The door to our room was partly open, and all of a sudden, a young boy was standing in the doorway. He stood there, looking at me. I was frozen with fear. I tried to yell, but nothing came out. He was bathed in a blue light that, to this day, I have yet to experience again. He floated above the floor. He moved slowly towards me, gliding on air. He then floated along the wall, away from us to the closet. He stopped, turned, and floated in, the light disappearing. I couldn't move. I tried and tried. Finally, I slid off the bed and crawled to the stairs. I tried to walk down, but my legs gave way and I fell. My mom awoke and rushed to see what happened. She held me as I told her. She put me in her room and went and got my brothers. No one ever went in that room again. I used to go by there from time to time, until one day I went, and there now was a new home built there. Makes me wonder if anything strange ever happens to them. I have 3 stories to share. The first is an experience I had 20 years ago. My aunt, who lived with us, passed away. When she was alive, she would go out and get a snack around the same time every night. After her funeral, every night at about the same time, the refrigerator door would open and close. This went on for a couple of weeks, then stopped. Every so often, I still get a whiff of her perfume, as if she just walked past me. The second was experienced by both me and my daughter. She was very close to her grandfather her entire life. He passed away in 2000, shortly before the birth of her first child. Shortly after his passing, my daughter said in the middle of the night she would feel someone sit on the corner of her bed. When she would turn to look, no one was there. This was something her grandfather had done when she was little. After the baby was born, my daughter started noticing other strange things. The baby would turn her head, as if watching someone walking across the room, but no one was there. One night, she was holding the baby, and the baby was staring at what, to my daughter, was a blank wall and laughing. My daughter looked at the baby, and there was a reflection of the figure of a man, as if he were standing exactly where the baby was looking. Several times when I was babysitting at my daughter's house, the baby's musical toys would turn on by themselves, with no one close to them, and the baby would stare at that wall and laugh, as if someone was standing there. My daughter doesn't live in the house any longer, and the strange things seem to have stopped. The third is the strangest of all. My son and some of his friends went to an abandoned house that is supposedly haunted. The story is that a man killed his entire family in the house and then himself. There are bullet holes in the walls in the upstairs to support the story. Finding nothing of interest upstairs or on the main floor, they decided to investigate the basement. They found a partial wall at the end of the basement. They noticed a terrible odor coming from that area of the room. They looked over the top of the wall and found nothing but some old boots and a shovel. When they went back to go upstairs to the main floor, there was wet blood on the stairs. It had not been there on the way down. They nosed around on the main floor again and found some money tucked in a broken TV set. There was blood on the money too, but it was dried. Each person took a bill home with them. They all started to have extremely bad luck. Car accidents and such. They thought it might be connected to the money, so they took it back and placed it where they found it. The bad luck went away. They checked the basement again, but nothing was there. Others say you can drive past the house and see lights on in the windows, even though there are no working lights, and there is no power to the house. Some say they've seen the figure of a child or a lady in one of the bedroom windows. My son and his friends have not been back since, and my son refuses to even drive past the house anymore. Growing up as a minister's daughter, I was very skeptical about ghosts all my life. Then I went to a small private college in Tennessee. My first year was pretty uneventful, but the second year I moved into a new dorm. My room was a suite of 2 rooms with a bathroom in between, and my former roommate lived in the other room. The first year in the suite there was only one occurrence of what I now think was a supernatural event. Normally, the doors between the two suites were kept shut. But one weekend, the girls on the other side of the suite asked my roommate and I to feed their hermit crabs while they went home. They had been gone for a day when my roommate and I came by to our dorm from lunch to find every single electrical appliance running, including the microwave, radio, and hair dryers. We had left the door to the adjoining suite open, but as we assumed it was just some silly call to prove it was there, it did. We had all been in the bedroom, and after our conference, we all went into the living area together. A huge stuffed bear that had been on its usual place on the floor when I had left the room earlier was now sprawled across the couch. Of course, we were pretty scared then. The pranks became worse. Wet towels no one had used would be on the bathroom floor. Breezes coming from nowhere would move the dust ruffles on the bed. Things would be taken out of drawers and left on the floor. On homecoming weekend, I was the only one who had stayed in town. I was in the suite alone, taking a shower, when I heard someone unlock and open the door to the living area and walk in. I heard high-heeled shoes walk across the floor, through the bathroom, and through the other room and walk out the bedroom door. I thought at first that it was one of my roommates who decided to come home to homecoming after all, and I called out, "Hello?" But no one answered. The only other experience I have had is at the house in Vermont where Joe Walsh used to live. My husband's uncle is the caretaker there, and shortly after I met my husband, he took me up there to look at the house. I had not been told of any ghost stories connected to the house at this point. As we walked around the house, I became increasingly agitated. By the time we were upstairs, I was having trouble breathing. As we started toward the ballroom, I knew I had to get out fast. I was terrified and sensed just an overpowering feeling of evil there. I raced out, and I refused to even look at the house anymore. Later that day, my husband's uncle told me about all the different stories and encounters people have reported about the house. A man had hung himself in the very room that I had trouble breathing in. And at night, the uncle heard sound of people and objects moving frequently. I am now a true believer in ghosts, but I am also terrified of them, and I hope these are all the experiences that I will ever have.
This is a true story that took place at Yokosuka, Japan. There's an American naval base there. When I first arrived in the spring of '81, there was a white building on the corner of the property that the naval hospital is located. Shortly after my arrival, bulldozers demolished the building to make way for two high-rise apartment buildings that would house American servicemen and their families. My family and I would be housed in one of these buildings after its construction. The buildings were named Cuban and Juban Towers, the Japanese words for 9 and 10. There were already 8 of these towers on base. Immediately after construction was completed, my wife was notified that she was to move into an apartment in Cuban Towers. I was out at sea. She complied, and it wasn't long before she started noticing strange occurrences in the apartment. Minor things, like the lights being on, and she was sure she had turned them off. Months later, I returned home and was pleased that we had moved into such better housing on base, but I was met with strange stories from my 3-year-old son. He told me of a Marine sentry who visited him each night in his room. I assured him that he was dreaming. My first night home, I tucked him into bed and turned off all the lights in the house. At 3 a.m., I was awakened by a presence at my side of the bed. It was my son, and all the lights were on in the apartment. I asked him what was going on, and he said that the Marine sentry was in his room and wanted the lights on. I, of course, checked out his story to make sure the house was safe. No one else was in the house beside my family and I. I took my son back into bed and turned off the lights. The next morning, I asked my son to describe the man who kept visiting him in his room. That 3-year-old boy floored me when he described the infantry marine in full combat gear. This problem occurred for several weeks. One time, a buddy of mine suggested I turn the lights out of the breaker box, which was out of my son's reach, and my son did not know where the box was. So I did. At 3 a.m., I awoke to the same scenario as always. So then my buddy agreed to spend the night in my son's room with him. At 3 a.m., I awoke to an awful ruckus in my son's room. My son ran into my room to tell me that the mister was fighting with the Marine sentry. When I arrived in my son's room, my buddy was sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. The bedroom looked as if a brawl had just occurred. My buddy told me that he woke up and seen a Marine standing over him. He was wearing face paint to camouflage his appearance and was in full combat gear. The Marine face looked as if he were in the jungle and he had stumbled onto an enemy camp. It was clear that the Marine was on a mission, but no Marine was there. From that night on, no one in the house seen the Marine again, but either he or one of his friends was still in the apartment, as we still experienced strange occurrences. We could be sitting at the dining room table eating, and all of a sudden, the TV would come on and go to full audio, or the washing machine lid would open and close, and the washing machine would start up by itself. We put up with it, as it seemed more amusing than annoying. We were never awakened in the middle of the night again, though. Finally, during our last week in the apartment, it was obvious that the ghost wanted us to stay. Things began to disappear. In 1977, I was 8 years old and lived with my parents and my younger brother in a big house in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. There, I had an experience that I remember like it was yesterday. One night, I was awoke feeling cold. I sat up in my bed to reach for an extra blanket that was folded at the foot of my bed. When I did so, I saw a ghost standing several feet from the foot of my bed. The figure I saw looked like that blue dot you see in your vision after looking to a flash from a camera, but it had the distinct shape of a person. After looking at this form for some time, I jumped from my bed and ran down the hall into the bathroom, turning on the lights and shutting the door. Eventually, I got the courage to look down the hall and turned on all the lights. The blue man had disappeared, and I eventually went back to sleep with all the lights on. I told my mom, and only my mom, as I did not think anyone would believe me. The strangest thing about this is that a week or so later, my mom was talking to the neighbor, who told my mom her son had told her almost the exact same story, describing the ghost in the same way. I never discussed my sighting with the neighbor kid or anyone other than my own mother for years. My mother still lives in the same house, and has had several strange experiences since then, but no more sightings of the blue man. Just wanted to share this experience my mother had while she was in Mercy General Hospital in Sacramento, California, recovering from a hysterectomy. One night Mom woke up, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark mass floating in the hallway. It floated between her door and the doorway across the hall, where a very sick woman was a patient. It never entered the rooms, it just hovered there. When she tried to look straight at it, it disappeared. For 3 nights, She saw this black mass floating in the hallway. Then, on the fourth day, Mom heard code blue on the intercom, and heard a loud commotion in the hallway as doctors and nurses hurried into the room across the hall, pulling their equipment behind them. The woman in that room died. Mom didn't see the dark mass that night, or any night after that, during the remainder of her stay. My name is Minsu, and I would like to share my supernatural experiences with you, because no one is willing to believe or accept my encounters. It all started about 3 days ago, at about 2 in the morning. I woke up to hear some very loud and disturbing footsteps. This probably wouldn't have scared me so much, except that the footsteps came from the first roof of my house. I didn't know what to do, so I just lied there scared. But 10 seconds later, whatever made the footsteps on the roof was breathing loudly at my window. At this point, I jumped out of my bed and ran into my mother's room. I looked out her window and saw absolutely nothing. The next day I told my mother what I had heard, and of course, she just snickered and thought nothing of it. Next night, I was determined to stay up and see what was going on. At 3:30 in the morning this time, I was startled by a loud thump in front of my window and quickly shot out of bed to see what it was. Again, I see nothing. At this point, I was scared and puzzled as to what this was. I climbed back into bed and continued to listen. The thumping went on, but as it did, I began to hear something different, something in the background of all the noise. It was laughter, not normal funny laughter. It was hysterical, mad in a way. The thumping continued, and the laughter faded, and I began to slowly doze off. When I awoke this time, I immediately told my sister what I heard. Unfortunately, she was the only one who believed me. Although this thumping and laughter was very frightening, it may have had some connections to the encounter I experienced just a few weeks ago. I was in my sister's room, looking for a book I had lost. Under the bed, I was sure. When all of a sudden, I saw a woman dressed in blue, standing over me. I let out a scream and ran downstairs to tell my mom. We went back upstairs to check things out. Nothing was there, but this time, my mom was considerably worried. She thought it maybe have been a burglar and frantically checked under the bed and in the closet, but found nothing. These two experiences may be connected, but for now, they will remain a mystery. I was raised in Missouri City, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston. If you head south of Murphy Road, past Cartwright Road, on the left, you will come to El Dorado Drive. Travel down El Dorado until you cross the bridge and turn right at the first street. Drive down the street until you come to Hampton. There, you will see a very large fence covered in overgrowth. Through the fence, you can see a large home that backs itself to the golf course. This home is known by all who live in its vicinity as the Hampton House or the Cartwright House. The story begins about 40 years ago. Mr. Cartwright and his wife lived in the house and owned all of the property which Quail Valley is built upon today. Cartwright Road was actually named after him. All was well until Mrs. Cartwright came down with a terminal illness of some sort. When Mr. Cartwright was no longer able to give his wife the care she demanded, he hired a live-in nurse. As his wife's condition worsened, Mr. Cartwright began fraternizing with the nurse. One day, when Mrs. Cartwright's calls went unanswered, she made her way into her wheelchair
and into the living room, catching her husband and the nurse in a moment of passion. Miss Cartwright died the next day. Mr. Cartwright and the nurse soon after moved away together and were married. He left all the furniture and some of his possessions in the house when he left. After his death, the property was left to his son, which would not live at the house, but hired security guards to keep looters out. My father was a Fort Bend County Sheriff deputy for many years, and has had friends work security at the house in the evening. He said that the guards were paid very well, and were given a large cooler of food to take with them into the house. There's never been a security guard that has stayed in the house for more than 3 hours. They've reported the elevator going up and down on its own, sounds of a woman crying, an invisible wheelchair that travels up and down the hallway, leaving tracks in the carpet, and even books flying off the shelves at them. One of my father's good friends is from Ireland, and he says he had encounters with ghosts before and is unafraid. He worked in the house and left after 2 hours. He said he has never seen anything like it. Well, the security guards have since stopped in the past 10 years. The house has never been lived in since the Cartwrights. I've always wanted to sneak into it some Halloween night and see for myself, but since it would be breaking and entering, and hence illegal, I will not. I have never seen anything about the house listed anywhere, yet everyone in the area seems to know about it. I have several stories that I could tell, and I'll probably post another as time goes on, but this is the most recent. In March 1998, my stepdaughter was pregnant with her first child, and at the same time, her father-in-law was in the last stages of cancer and dying. Her husband spent about 3 weeks at a Central Georgia hospital by his father's bedside. He died on March 23rd and was buried on March 25th. She had the baby on March 26th. It was a boy, and it was named after his deceased grandfather. They kept a picture of the man that had died in the refrigerator and had told their son that this was Granddaddy Kenneth. When the child was about 2.5 and talking, there were several times when they heard him talking to someone when no one was in the room with him. Each time, they would ask him who he was talking to, and he would respond with, Granddaddy Kenneth. When they asked him who that was, he would say, that man on the refrigerator. When they asked him what they had talked about, his answers were always about things that the child would have no way of knowing, had someone not told him of them, and his parents never had. It has been a couple of months now since he's had conversations with his grandfather that they know of. I was stationed at O'Fort Air Base between 1999 and early 2003. During my time, I'd heard many stories and had been witness to something I can't explain. Most of the incidents I heard concerning the old Fort Cook section of the base, including the base lodging office where I worked at, in Quarters 13, which was on General's Row and was used as distinguished visitors' quarters. I encountered something I can't explain at the lodging office one night. Me and the sergeant I was working with that night heard someone typing and moving around in the back offices, which were locked about 6 hours earlier. We both went in there, and there was no one there. Both doors were still locked. Neither of us could explain it, and both of us had heard it. Another night, we heard the same thing and heard a radio turn on. We both ran back there, and once again, nothing. We even looked at the clock that had turned on by itself, thinking maybe the alarm was timed to go off at that time. But the alarm was turned off, and it was not even set up when we pressed the button. And it still flashed at 12 a.m., and it was about 2:30 in the morning, which didn't make sense. Quarters 13, which was our responsibility,
since it was the DV suite, was even more troublesome. The people who stayed there were usually colonels, and above, transiting through the base, very high-ranking people. People you normally wouldn't expect to hear anything about weird noises. One stands out quite a bit in my mind. A colonel kept calling the front desk, complaining of people walking around in the attic and making a lot of noise. I went over there to check it out, which is about a 5-minute walk from the lodging office. The colonel was waiting on the porch, and we both went up to the attic to check it out. The door was locked, and after unlocking it, we both went inside. No one was in there, just some boxes. I got a weird feeling while we were up there that someone was watching me, but there was no one in there. I explained to the colonel that maybe it was a rat or something in a box or something that made those noises. He shrugged and went back to bed, and I'm sure he was as unconvinced as I was. I went back to the lodging office, and talking to my coworker, she told me about the building and the stories about it. Apparently, whatever was in there had manifested itself to the housekeeping staff, as several of them refused to go in the attic. They would never say why, but they refused to go up there. And one of the rooms is also supposedly haunted. I heard this in the early part of 2000. In late 2002, a 1-star colonel died of a heart attack in that same room. I don't know whether to believe what I heard or not, but I heard from several people that were in the room that he had died with his eyes open and a horrified look on his face. I've remained skeptical of hearing this. I figure even if this was true, it may have just been from the shock and realization he was dying. But then again, who knows? Other buildings on the base that I've heard that were haunted were the base gym and the old Martin Bomber building on the base, where B-29s were built during the Second World Conflict. I worked at the gym for about 2 years while at OFET, and I saw something odd one day with my supervisor when we were doing our final checks of the building. The gym is an old aircraft hangar and is nearly 1/4 mile long. We rode around in a golf cart for our checks. This is a 1/4 mile track inside the gym, and all the state flags hang from the ceiling around the track. While we were doing our checks, the flags began moving in front of us, like someone had been running by and jumped and hit it. Except the flags hang nearly 40 feet up in the air, and there was no wind inside. Neither one of us could explain this, but I do know that someone had died of a heart attack while jogging a couple of years earlier. Could it have been him out for a run? I'm curious if you have heard any other stories about a Foot Air Base. I'm working on some research on the base, and I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced something here. I felt compelled to send in a few of my strange experiences that I had at my grandparents' former house. One evening, I was talking on the phone to a friend in the master bedroom. It was nearly 2 a.m, and the room was pitch black, as I was going to get some sleep directly. As I chatted to my friend, suddenly, I saw what is best described as a black cloud about the shape, size, and position of where a person's head should be. It bobbed as if someone were walking by the foot of the bed for about 3 seconds, and then it was gone. I was doing some homework at the kitchen table one evening when out of the corner of my eye, I again saw a black flash that looked to be the size of a small dog run across the hallway floor. When I commented on this, my grandfather, who was living in the room at the time, claimed to experience the same thing all the time. My grandparents' house is set up so that you walk in the front door and all the rooms are connected by a hallway that at one end leads to the kitchen and the dining room, living room, master bedroom, staircase to the second floor, bathroom, and back to the door. It was summertime, and my mother and I were arguing. I was standing at the foot of the stairs and looking at her in the living room. I was making a fuss, saying that I wanted to sleep upstairs, which I had only recently conquered my fear of, and she was telling me that it was too hot up there to do so. Mid-sentence, I glanced up the staircase, and what I saw horrified me. Staring back down at me from the top of the steps was this hazy, cloud-like figure of a human. I believe it was a male. It was only the second time I was ever truly afraid. I was cleaning my room on the second floor one day, and it was very hot, being that it was summer and heat rises, so I opened one of the old weighted windows. It was not an easy task due to old paint, which had practically glued itself shut, and it only budged after I pried it with a screwdriver. I tried to pull it down to see if I needed to prop it, and it wouldn't move, so I carried on with my cleaning. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the window shut with a loud bang behind me. Again, I opened the window, only this time I propped it open with a paint stirrer. After about 2 minutes, the window again banged shut behind me, this time so hard that the glass broke. The paint stirrer was at least 8 feet across the room. I said, "You win," and ran downstairs. I was a staff assistant in my sophomore year at St. Michael's. What this meant was basically, I watched the doors coming into one of the dorms to make sure that the only people coming in were the residents. I sat at a desk from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. a couple of nights a week. One night, I was making the rounds from floor to floor to make sure all was relatively quiet. I got to the top floor of the building, and that is, of course, when the proverbial strange things started to happen. I began walking down the hall, and I heard the wind howling through the recycling room on the floor. It had been a quiet night weather-wise, so this was a little odd. I passed it off as some random New England weather patterns and continued to walk on. When I stepped in front of the first resident's door, it started to rattle like someone was going to come out. I stopped and waited, but the door just kept rattling, so I moved on. Then, the next door on the other side of the hall started to rattle as I passed in front of it, and then another door started to rattle also. Now there were 3 doors all rattling away, and it only started when I walked in front of them. I hadn't done this earlier in the evening, and I was wide awake, so it wasn't my imagination. What really startled me was all of a sudden, in the midst of all this door action, I had a feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around me, and from the distance, I could have sworn I saw the fading image of a priest in all black slowly fade, but the doors kept on shaking, and the wind was screaming. So I ran the rest of the way down the hall and back downstairs to my desk. A check of the outside revealed that the weather was perfectly calm. I believe this is the oldest dorm on campus, so who knows what otherworldly beings reside there. The other thing that happened to me while I was there was sort of a strange religious experience, and I'm probably one of the last people something like this would happen to. I was driving home from my then boyfriend's, now husband's house, and heading back to my dorm at St. Mike's. I was at a stoplight, alone in the car, when I heard this deep, low, and gravelly male voice tell me that the second coming was going to happen soon. The voice filled me with dread and danger. It sounded like a lot like a voice that had been altered to sound lower, like when documentaries try to disguise voices of the people they interview. The light turned green, and I drove off. I then looked into the mirror without thinking, and I could have sworn I saw the same priest from the hall, sitting in the back seat of the car. I stopped the car immediately, looked back, and nobody was there. I
felt like I was going crazy because I knew I saw someone in the back seat of my car. About 2 minutes later, I started to think about what just happened and got very scared. I talked to one of the priests at school the next day, and he felt this was a normal experience within the realm of St. Michael's. Partially because it was getting near Christmas time, and partially because he felt the campus was a center for both good and evil, the good being the chapel on campus, and the bad being the portal that was never shot in the boys' dormitory. He confirmed the story about the pentagram and my location discretion without me bringing it up. I've heard this godly voice once or twice since the original incident, but not to the degree that I heard that night. I once heard of an experience my boyfriend had in that same chapel. He told me that on one occasion he was alone. He walked into the chapel, and under the huge statue, he saw two figures in cloaks praying silently under the statue. He's a complete skeptic when it comes to hauntings, and he insisted that there was nobody there at the time. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was definitely afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets too afraid to move until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was outside playing with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in the window had very light-colored hair. I don't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me, so I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning, I asked my mom if she was up last night getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I had heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I did not want to go back in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to come let me out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kinda like something heavy hanging from a window bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet was a really big walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. I'm an identical twin, and often because of this, most people ask us if we share experiences. You know, they say, like on television. My answer is always the same. Sometimes. It's true that twins, on occasion, may share certain emotions, even though they may be miles apart. This is what my brother and I have known for years. But everything changed when my brother and his wife and 2 children moved into my late grandfather's home in Norristown, Pennsylvania. The history of the house is nothing spectacular. The only event of any importance occurred when my grandfather, who had been diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, decided to spend his final days at home before the cancer took him. He died in a hospital bed, which had been set up in the living room of his house later that year, and from that point forward, various members have lived in the house without any strange occurrences or bump in the night, until my brother Peter and his family moved in. The first week in their new home, my brother was excited as ever about living in such a large home compared to the meager apartment he and his family had been sharing for the past 2 years. Given the history of the house, i.e., my grandfather dying there, didn't bother him one bit, since he was the last person who believed in such tales. Then, about 2 months after moving in, he decided to clean out the basement to make room for his music equipment. He's a part-time musician, and a new washer and dryer my father had bought them as a Christmas present. While digging through the accumulated junk of a half a century, he happened upon a small Bible. Inside the front cover was an inscription denoting the Bible as a gift to my grandfather from my great-grandmother in 1906. He took it upstairs and laid it out on one of the coffee tables so that other family members visiting could see it when they visited. Remember that I had yet to hear of this find, since it only had occurred that day, but that night I had one of the most terrifying nightmares I could ever remember. I dreamt I was standing on the landing, overlooking the living room of my brother's house in Norristown, Pennsylvania, but something was wrong. Having visited the house many times in the past, I vividly remember the layout of how it used to look when I was a child, but in my dream, I remember seeing an end table, which was never there before, on which a book was placed. I was drawn to it for some reason. I slowly descended the stairs, even now, recalling how hollow my footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor as I made my way towards the table. As I got there, I looked down and saw that it was, surprise, a small Bible. Upon opening it, I saw there was an inscription made out to my brother from our father. This is where things got really spooky. I remember hearing my brother's voice behind me say, "This is mine, which Dad gave me. Please give it back." I was too terrified to look around, because even though it sounded like my brother, there was something otherworldly about the whole thing. I finally succumbed to curiosity and turned around. This was, of course, when I woke up screaming something. I don't remember what. I startled my wife, who was then yelling at me to keep it down. The neighbors will think we're fighting or something. Later that morning, I spoke to Peter to tell him the strange dream I had, and that's when he told me about what he had found and who it really belonged to. I was startled beyond words. I told him I would be down in an hour. I live in Parksea, Pennsylvania, approximately an hour north of Norristown, to see the book. Too late, he said. Why? I asked. It's gone, he replied. The conversation went on from there about how he had placed it on the end table, an end table that he just picked up at a yard sale that day, but when he woke up, it was gone. I asked if his wife had taken it, but he said that it was impossible. They had flown back to Texas 2 days earlier to visit her folks and took the kids with her for the short vacation. After going around and around about what could have happened to it, as well as the strange dream I had and what the voice had said to me, in the end, we just didn't know what to say. I guess it was one of those things that will never really be explained. 2 weeks later, his wife and 2 children arrived back home and were in the process of unpacking when she went down to the basement to see how the cleanup had gone. That's when she asked him about the small Bible. What Bible? He asked his wife. Oh, the one in the basement near the keyboard you put there. Looking confused, I'm sure, my brother ran down to the basement, and sure enough, there it was on the door, right where he had originally found it. Picking it up, he read the inside cover again, only this time, there was no inscription at all. Did he imagine the writing to begin with? Did my weird dream that night have anything to do with it disappearing again? I don't know. Neither does Peter, but there's definitely activity in that basement, because what I saw next in the basement a few days later almost explains some things, although it was incredibly scary. I had another bizarre dream. I ended up going back to the basement to retrieve the Bible, only this time there was a red humanoid-looking creature sitting on a chair reading a book. He had horns protruding from his head, and he looked like an ape crossed with Bigfoot. His face very human-looking at the same time. Frozen in shock, I approached him. He pointed to the book, and there was an image of a car on fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and screamed. A few days later, I got a call from a guy who sounded like my grandfather. I kid you not, it sounded identical to him. All this man said to me on the phone was, "Check on your father, something's wrong with him." I later found out that my dad had been in a car wreck. The car caught on fire. He managed to escape alive. The most shocking thing, my twin brother had the exact same dream on the same night. Same exact creature. I guess they say twins are inseparable. When I was younger, I had a terrifying experience with a ghost. I was fast asleep, and then I suddenly woke up. Something told me to wake up, and I just did. I looked at the clock, and it said somewhere around 3:28 a.m. I turned my head slightly to the left, and I saw this girl. I would say that she was in her early teens. She looked very blurry, but she had a blue hue, and yet clear at the same time. She was moving in slow motion. It seemed like she was underwater, or something. She had a long nightgown, and it was blowing very slowly. She was holding a short candlestick, and her hair was long reddish brown color. She looked at me, and then I looked back at her. I was surprisingly calm. I got up to tell my mom what I had seen. The next morning, I woke up and I asked my mom if she saw the lady, and she said, "What lady?" Could this have all been a dream? I'm not entirely sure. I've been deeply confused about this ever since. My house has always had extra company. It's been 13 years since we moved in here, and for a while, there were some really odd things happening. I was 10 years old when we moved in, and fell in love with the huge, empty attic upstairs. I would bring my toys and little sister up there to play with. She was around 8 at the time, so we had a lot of fun together. We brought our dollhouse up there and would spend hours making up stories and having fun. I would go up there and read by myself a lot because it was quieter than the rest of the house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened while my sister and I played up there, and I felt very comfortable. In the far end of the room were little racks where clothing must have hung before. One day, I was up there alone playing when I discovered this old-fashioned looking gold purse with a painting of a deer and a medal on it, and being a lover of old things, I was psyched. I brought it to my mother, and she said it looked like a pocketbook from the 1920s that her grandmother used to have, sort of a flapper type style. We hung the pocketbook in the back of the closet to keep it out of harm's way. About a year later, my father and a friend of his transformed my attic playroom into a bedroom for both me and my sister. My father had left a quarter of the room where the pocketbook had been found alone, and put up a wall and a door separating the rest of the bedroom from that area. My sister did not like her bed being up against the wall of the back room. Then, what I felt next was unexpected and unbelievable. I was laying there with my eyes open, frozen with fear. I felt as if someone was watching me, but I was afraid to move. I'd never felt like this before. I was never afraid of the dark as a child. My sister said, "Can I please come over and sleep with you?" Now, I usually said no to this and stopped being a baby, but I wanted her to come over, pretending to be reluctant. I said, "All right, but don't hug me," even though I really wanted to be. She ran over and squeezed me, and I squeezed back, and she said, "I'm scared," and I said, "Me too." And then boom, boom, boom. 4 loud knocks right on the wall, which our heads were practically up against. I could actually feel the vibrations from the wall. Then my sister, crying, said, "What was that?" I made it up. I said, "Me." I said, "Don't worry." I was trying to tell myself that it was me when it happened again. Boom, boom, boom. We both jumped up and ran downstairs at this point, into my parents' bedroom, and my father went up to see if there was anyone hiding up there. No one was. However, my sister refused to go back up there and slept with my parents. I, however, went back up there scared, but mad that my favorite place was trying to kick me out. I felt almost betrayed and hurt, so I stayed up there for the whole night, refusing to leave, but hoping it would not try to scare me. It didn't. My sister would make attempts to sleep up there later, but would always run downstairs at some point. I couldn't blame her, since most of the time I really wanted to join her, but never would. Over the next several years, I often heard whispering and the doorknob being wiggled as if someone was trying to get in. At first, then it became a game. The doorknob would wiggle really fast, and I would say, "I'm trying to sleep," and it would stop, and then I got used to the weird noises. It's 13 years later, and in that time, I've had many friends tell me that they heard whispering or tapping on the wall, or someone breathing in their ear. To which I say, "I told you there was a ghost in my house." But it sparked my interest in the paranormal, in which I'm an avid believer because of my ghost buddy. I don't know if the purse actually belonged to the ghost, but the house was built in 1940, after the flapper times. But my mother did tell me that the old man who used to occupy the house had 2 wives who both passed on. Whether or not either of them died in this house, I don't know. The purse may have belonged to one of them. Hello, my name is Kirk. I'm about to turn 18, and I live in New York State. I apologize in advance for the length of my story, but I never get to talk to anyone about these things that happen. I'm looking for answers as to whether or not the house I live in is haunted. I don't talk to my friends about them because I always get the weirdest reactions when I mention them. You know, the kind of look someone makes when they think you're insane. Since I was a little kid, I'd always found the paranormal amusing. My mom believes in ghosts based on her own experiences, which I might say are quite frightening. I have 2 older sisters, and both have related their own personal experiences to me. So, in a way, I suppose I was influenced into finding the supernatural interesting. I live in a 2-family house that my family owns. We used to rent the bottom apartment out to people back in the late 80s to early 90s. The tenants have said that the downstairs apartment is haunted, and a psychic my mom brought over one time said that the apartment was indeed haunted. In one of the rooms downstairs, my great-grandfather passed away. The house has been in our family for a while. Also, my mom's nephew who came over from Ecuador was living with us when I was about 7 or 8. Hard to remember. He died while living here in a car accident in Lake George. Is it possible he has unfinished business because his wife and daughter live in another country? Also, my mom's boyfriend of a long time ago, this is back in Ecuador, which was probably in the 60s, died on a hiking trip. My mom loved him and always insists that he watches over her. That's just some background information, because they could all be possible haunts. The experiences I'm remembering are all recent ones. We moved from our old house in the early 90s and moved to Salem, Massachusetts. After 3 years, we moved back to our house in New York, and after that time, it's the only experiences I remember. My older sisters slept in our redone attic when they were teenagers. I was envious, because they were on a whole different floor of the house. I used to think the attic was cool. Both my sisters have had stories about the attic. My sisters moved out long ago, which gave me the advantage of choosing a room up in the attic, being older and all. I chose the room which was my oldest sister's because of its size and location in the house. It was the last room and had stairs in the room going down and leading into the 2nd floor apartment. The first night I slept up there, a good friend of 10 years stayed the night with me. He's the only one I talked to about my experiences with. It was about 2 a.m., and we were lying awake, starting to doze off. He had his Discman with him while was playing a CD with the headphones off of his head, so we could both hear the music. I was lying there, when all of a sudden, I heard the distinct and startling noise of a marble rolling down the stairs that was in my room. It finally hit the bottom of the stairs, and I asked my friend if it was him that did that. I remember thinking, great, the first dang night I'm in here, and something weird has to happen. I definitely would have seen if my friend had thrown the marble down the stairs, but he didn't. By the way, this actually happened one more time before, not happening since. That story can probably be explained easily, but there are other weird ones. In the same room I was sleeping one night, I'm 95% sure I would have closed my closet all the way before I went to bed, because a thing like that would bother the hell out of me, and I wouldn't be able to sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a very strange noise. It was a quick and harsh boom mixed with a whoosh sound. I looked around my room to find the source, and my eyes focused on my closet door. The door was open. I sort of stood up and chuckled because it was 3 in the morning. I closed the door and went back to sleep. I later analyzed the sound because I remembered when I woke up. What it sounded like was the closet door being pushed hard from the inside and rubbing on the carpet as it opened, which would account for the whoosh. I was never scared, just sort of curious as to whether or not it was insane. The next experience was definitely an odd one. It was the morning. Morning is like 12 noon to me, especially in the summer. And I'd woken up and was getting ready to take a shower. I made my way downstairs and was heading to my mom's room to get a towel. No one else was in the house at this time. My mom was working, and so was her boyfriend. As I was passing through our dining room, I felt something cold hit my right earlobe. Within a couple seconds, my fingers were up to my ear to pinch whatever was on my ear, because I thought it was a bug. I took my fingers away and realized that what hit my ear was a drop of some liquid. It didn't feel like water. It almost felt like oil. It had a strange smell to it, almost like a perfume oil smell. Very confused, I rubbed it in my fingers and looked around the ceiling for the source. But if you think about it, an earlobe is an awkward place for something like that to land on. If it was coming from above, it would have hit the top of my ear, right? But that's not the end. I shrugged it off, got my towel, and went into the bathroom. I took my shirt off, and splot, I felt a drop hit my chest. Now this was weird, because I was totally in a different part of my house. And again, the chest is an odd place if the drop is falling from above. Before touching the spot, I looked at it. It definitely splattered with some force, because it was spread out a little. I touched it and smelled it, and it was the same dang substance. Why is this relevant? One night, I awoke to hear a very disturbing noise coming from the bathroom. Nobody was up at the time, and I heard a very distinct gurgling noise. I walked towards the bathroom to see what it was, when the lights turned on by themselves, and the shower curtain was moving. Remember, nobody was up, the lights were off, and they somehow managed to turn themselves on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to inch closer to the shower curtain. I had to know if something was behind it. I moved the curtain, and to my relief, there was nobody there. But then the lights turn off once again. I start to get really freaked out and rush to turn on the light. I look across the hallway, and I see what looks like an elderly man in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask on his face. He looked about as real as any living person would. Now, it wasn't like I saw this figure for a long time. I wasn't on meds, and I'm a sober person. I wouldn't even say I was tired. The encounter lasted about 10 to 15 seconds. It was fast, but it was long enough that I could see this man. I honestly felt like the liquid that I felt came from this gurgly elderly man. I found that very interesting, and later, I told my mom about it. She thought I was joking and laughed it off, then grew very concerned after I insisted that this was something I saw. She thought I was having hallucinations and wanted to take me to the doctor, but I urged her that I was of sound mind. Although she did later tell me that something similar happened to her, where she could have sworn she felt the presence of an elderly man, but she never saw anything. Lastly, there was an unexplained experience that happened in my room. One of my cats was sleeping on my bed, and I was sitting in this love seat I have, watching TV. My lights were off, so I couldn't see anything clearly other than the TV. Something startled me when I heard something hit my wall, as if being thrown, like a hammer hitting a wall. I then started to notice that my cat uncharacteristically started hissing at the window and moaning. She's usually a very quiet cat, but something really seemed to bother her, and she wouldn't keep quiet. She kept meowing for what seemed like 5 minutes. I didn't see anything in the window, and the cat for the next week persisted to meow in terror before she just gave up. She never did that ever again, and it was quite bizarre. It really started to scare me. On a separate day, I've heard cabinets opening and shutting. These things terrify me because I still have no explanation for them. Is my house haunted by a timid spirit who wants to know that it's there? Any comments or advice would be appreciated. Hope you found my story interesting. During the summer of 1976, my mom, older brother, and I decided to accompany my aunt and her family to West Virginia and North Carolina to work in the tobacco fields. I was about 11 years old at the time. After a 2-day trip from Texas to West Virginia, we were assigned a house to stay in while we were settled into work. There were several of us, 10 in all, and we were tired from the trip, so everyone just basically picked a spot in a place and readied ourselves for bed for that first night. It was not a restful night. At about 3 a.m., we were awakened by the sounds of a woman crying and wailing in the room with us. Looking around the room, we could see that everyone was accounted for and no one was crying. The sounds increased in intensity and lasted for about 10 minutes. When I say wailing, I mean just that, a horrible, low sound, very similar to some of the sound effects heard in the old Scooby-Doo cartoons. I realize that sounds somewhat funny, but I swear it's true. I'm not sure if my eyes were just playing tricks on me, but in the darkness of the room, it really looked like there was a figure kneeling down. You could see it well enough in the dark to know that it was a gray outline of some figure. Interestingly enough, after the 10 minutes of sobbing, I noticed that this gray cloud ended up disappearing as well. Thankfully, we weren't to stay in that house for very long. Another house, with more room for 10 people, was assigned to us. That was not an improvement. The next house was a 2-story one, located somewhere between Hendersonville, North Carolina, in a small town known as Soul City. It was situated about 200 yards off a road, with a long driveway and a set of railroad tracks that ran along the other side of the road. There was a large white house off to the north of our house, about another 300 yards away. The house had a large open field in front, and was surrounded by woods on the other 3 sides, and a shed, and an old open water well in back. Spooky enough setting during the day. At night, things would happen, such as lights turning on by themselves, footsteps heard upstairs, when everyone was in plain sight downstairs, the sounds of something heavy being all dragged through the house late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, knocking on the walls, and my brother swears he's seen what appeared to be a black hooded figure at the foot of his bed. I I remember I had my window open once while asleep at night, and I could have sworn I heard the sounds of a horse running across the field outside. Nobody in our area owns any horses at all, and you could hear the sounds of neighs. I ended up looking outside and saw absolutely nothing, but there was definitely a horse that I heard. I swear to anyone reading this, these events really happened. I know people often make claims like that, which make it seem like it's fabricated, but I really want to put an emphasis on the validity of these stories. All I have is my word, but I'm telling you, these events are so real. I'm 36 now, an Army veteran, college educated, and I have an interest in ghosts and the supernatural. If anyone has any clues about the house, the one near Soul City, North Carolina, its owners, or perhaps even its history, please email me. When I was in 8th grade, my mother, younger brother, and I moved into a rental home on Grace Drive in Wilson, North Carolina. I'd always been interested in ghosts, but never had any experience. This house would change that fact. As soon as we moved into the home, I had a very uneasy feeling, only in my room. I always felt like someone was watching me from my closet. Also, feeling uneasy, I could not sleep with my door closed and forbid my mother to close her door while we were sleeping. I also started sleeping with my pillow on top of my head in order to feel safe and secure in this room. On several occasions, I felt someone pushing the pillow down hard on my head as I was trying to go to sleep. It was not sleep paralysis because I had just laid down. At first I thought it was my brother playing with me, to the point where I yelled out his name for him to stop because the pushing hurt. However, when the pushing stopped, no one was in the room, and I was all alone. One evening around dusk, my mother and I were sitting on the front steps that were located between the bedroom and the home in the living room, where my brother was alone watching TV. My bedroom was located on the front of the house with only one window. I had a lamp sitting on my bedstand in front of the window and beside the bed. I stood up in order to illustrate a point to my mother, now facing the house with my bedroom window in sight. All of a sudden, I saw movement in my window. It was a shadow in the act of sitting on my bed. Once it sat down, the shadow seemed to fade into the shadows of my bedroom. I stood there looking at my window and said to my mother that my brother was in my room and that he needs to get out. I immediately went into the house to find my brother still watching TV. I asked him what he was doing in my room, and he just stared at me like I was crazy, saying that he had not left the living room. Of course, I went to my room to find no one there. We lived in the house for about 2 years, and only when we moved into our new house was I able to sleep with my door closed, with my mother's door closed. However, this new house was where my mother saw her first ghost. This happened about 2 months after we moved into the house. She said that she was laying in bed one night, unable to sleep because the streetlights in the city were so bright. She said that she looked over to her window and saw an old man standing in her room in front of the window. The old man walked over to the bed and looked down at her and then backed away, only to disappear. She smartly did not tell me the story until I'd been away at college for 3 years. We are assuming that the old man was Mr. Barnes, who we think may have died in the house and was just checking in on the new occupants. That was the first and last incident that occurred in that home. I'm 16 years old and live in a small town in Texas. It's about 28 miles south of San Antonio. When I was in 3rd grade, my family decided to move down here from Corpus. We began living with my grandfather and soon decided to buy property of our own. My mom and dad bought the property located right next to my grandfather's, which just happened to be the entrance to a coal mine that was very active about the 1900s. We built our house right next to the entrance to the coal mine. Our back door opened right on top of the entrance. By the time the house was built, I was about 13 and finally had my own room. One night, I was struggling to sleep and heard footsteps. Of course I was frightened, but somehow I went to sleep. I kept telling myself it was nothing. While I was sleeping, and this part of the story doesn't make sense at all, I had a dream that I was part of a well-known Jewish family in Europe in the Great World Conflict. I saw soldiers take my husband and I to a ditch in the middle of nowhere, where they got rid of my husband. In my dream, I understood German. Next, they got rid of me also. As I died in my dream, I woke up in real life. As I awoke, I heard more footsteps marching. They sounded like soldiers, Germans I assumed. They marched through my kitchen and some by my bedroom door, kinda like they were watching me. This is the first thing that happened to me. It didn't make sense, because I thought they would be dead miners or something. About 2 years ago, I became very depressed, as many young people do, and I tried to off myself. My mother came home from work and found me passed out and throwing up in the kitchen sink. They rushed me to the nearest hospital, where they thought I was going to pass away. I saw my mom crying next to me and became relaxed. I was in total peace. I felt completely happy. Suddenly, I felt 2 men walking around me talking. I tried to turn my head to see them, but couldn't. I heard them speaking to each other, and one sounded older than the other. They said, "Look, it's so sad she's so young." And the other one said, "Look at her mother." At this point, they quit talking and continued to walk around us staring. Then, the feeling of peace was gone, and I heard 2 other voices. I kept saying, "Who is that?" And I was scaring my mom to death. Right after that, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was in a hospital room. I didn't tell anyone exactly what it was I heard. I did tell my boyfriend of the time. I'm not sure he believed me. After that, I would hear voices at my house, people talking to me, but there was no one there. I heard them almost everywhere I went, but I didn't tell anyone. After a while, I tried talking back, but never got a response. The voices were never really clear. There were many at one time. It just sounded mumbled. I tried not to tell people about my voices because I was afraid they would not talk to me anymore. I felt I had a gift. They have stopped talking now. I haven't heard them for about a year now. I know it all sounds weird, but it's true. I also live next to a graveyard, which is weird, I know. It's where most of the dead miners are buried. I think they try to talk to me sometimes. There's also one last account I had more recently. I was trying to go to sleep one night in the house all by myself. I looked out into the living room and saw a solid black figure running around. He looked as if he were hiding. He ran behind furniture and walls and really just scared the heck out of me. It was the only time I saw him, though. It was the last of all my encounters.
Hey everybody, if you really like this channel and you finish this compilation, I really appreciate you guys, and I will encourage you guys to do YouTube. Well, if you want to. But what I meant by that was, if you could comment on this video, leave it a share, leave it a like. It helps my small channel get to me very soon, whatever that means. It just means it'll help me out. But guys, thank you so much for your support. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I'm feeling really under the weather now. I really can't catch a break lately, so I'd really appreciate if you push this video out to everybody, shared it, liked it, comment below. I want to hear from you anyway. I love seeing your comments. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.